the Bank, and there's so much going on at the moment. Like, obviously, there's just a lot of kind of little bits of news around. There's so many shows as well. We're just coming off the back of Backlash. We're coming off the back of Saturday night's main event. We're coming off the back of Battlegrounds. It's been really busy since WrestleMania. If you think WrestleMania is just over a month ago, it was the end of April. Here we are right at the beginning of June. And there's been so much that's gone on in the wrestling world that, yeah, my head's spinning, to be honest. But this is a pretty big show, isn't it? Money in the Bank is definitely one of those shows that wrestling fans like to tune into, like to speculate about, because it really can change the direction of the World Championships. Obviously, the winner gets to cash in at any time they want over the next 12 months. I think it's actually until the next Money in the Bank show, like pay-per-view, PLE, so might be a little bit more than 12 months, might be a little bit less than 12 months, but around that ballpark. And we have seen some pretty rubbish cash-ins recently, to be honest. So hoping for better cash-ins, hoping for more exciting creative when it comes to Money in the Bank this year. But I think the women's lineup looks good. Men's lineup has got a few people grumbling, which I can understand. I think there's a couple of names that I would swap out. We were talking about maybe taking out El Grande and maybe Andrade. I think Penta's good. I think he's worth having in there. Seth obviously is the big name. He's worth having in there. So there's a couple of people in there that are fine, but I'd have loved Sammy to have been in there. Maybe a Randy Orton to have been in there. You know, I think there's Finn Balor could have been good in there. I think there's a few, maybe Aleister Black could have been in there. There's a few people that could have gone in that aren't in, but I don't know. They've got a plan. Let's see what this plan is. And I'm sure the men's match will be fine. Women's looks amazing. Women's lineup looks really, really strong. So lots of excitement around that. A little bit of, not concern, but just a few little grumbles about the men's that people have got. But we'll find out tomorrow, won't we? Who wins and what the future's going to look like. In regards to the other matches, Becky against Lyra, that should be fun. And the tag match is just star power, isn't it? It's just a way of getting John, Logan, Cody, Jey onto the show in a tag match. Doesn't really matter who wins. There's no stipulations, but it's just a bit of star power. So ticks that box. And that's Money in the Bank. That's what we've got this year. Obviously tonight, Wyatt Sicks should be good. Expecting to see them. And let's have a look at the preview, actually, whilst we're sat here. So Cody and Jey are going to be under the same roof as John and Logan. So, good. Just like tomorrow. So, yeah, this is going to be a fun segment. We'll have to see what gets said. These segments are a little bit of a shame because this is another John Cena appearance used. I mean, I don't know about you. I would be fine with not having John there. I would be fine with John not being here if I could use his appearance elsewhere for something more meaningful. I don't think there's anything they're going to really do tonight that's going to make me more excited for their match tomorrow. So it just feels like this is going to be a bit of a waste of a John appearance. But I suppose that's the wrong way to think about it. The way to think about it is that, well, the alternative isn't that he works elsewhere. The alternative is he just doesn't show up to this show. So, you know, the glass half full approach would be just be thankful that he's on the show at all. Because the alternative is that he could not be, and we could see him tomorrow. So at least we're going to get, you know, a nice segment where John comes out. Always feels like a big deal when John is on the show. Certainly, as we know, we're getting closer towards him stepping away. But yeah, I would have liked for him to have, you know, been doing something a bit more meaningful. But hey ho. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe it's going to be meaningful, but I've not got high expectations. Every Money in the Bank superstar is going to be on SmackDown. Could be fun. Could be Carnage. So it's a go home, obviously. You know, we're go homing. So it means that things are not going to be mind blowing. It's literally just a way of showing casual fans what's going to be happening tomorrow, kind of video packages and things like that. Final touches as we head towards Money in the Bank. This is why go home shows historically are not very strong shows. But Triple H, I think, knows that and has actually booked some pretty good go-home shows, so we'll have to see if tonight's one. We've also got Rhea, Alexa, and Stephanie in a 6-woman tag match against Naomi, Roxanne, and Giulia. So that'll be fun. 6-woman tag. And then LA Knight goes head-to-head with Aleister Black. So we've got that as well. So that is what we've got in regards to the actual show tonight. And we've kind of touched a little bit on Money in the Bank there so that we can get that kind of out there. I did see a couple of super chats coming through. So there's one. Tony, hello. Daze, wrestling fam, happy Smackdown day. Tony, same to you, my friend. I hope you are well. I hope that baby Barry as well. I hope the whole family, the scary gnomes, everyone as well. So, Tony, shout out to you. I don't know quite what to expect, honestly, with like the amount of people joining us. I think like this is one of the bigger shows, but it doesn't seem to have the same buzz as usual. And I think that's because we've had so many shows recently. It's not really had the room to create buzz. So that is the problem where you go, show. It comes thick, it comes fast, and it maybe doesn't feel as big as if there'd been a bit more space and we'd been talking more about it. I mean, we've had conversations about Backlash, Saturday night's main event, Battlegrounds. We got Worlds Collide coming up. Evolution 2 has been announced. There's just so much that's happening. I feel like, is Money in the Bank a little lost this year? Is it a little lost in the shuffle? Maybe. I don't think it's anything drastic or anything like that, but yeah, I definitely think it's a little bit lost in the shuffle this year. So yeah, I don't know who's going to be around. I don't know how much it's going to be grabbing people, but it's lovely to see all of you. And Tony, it's lovely to see you as well. I hope you are well. Right, let's jump in the chat. Let's jump and say hello to Wrestle with Andy, who said, Daze, how long do we want Money in the Bank winners to hold the briefcase? Maybe we'll get someone to do it for a full year finally. That would be good, wouldn't it? I like the idea of, I think, I don't know who you would have do it, but imagine like some baby face that was like always trying to find the right time but just getting it wrong. So they'd be like coming down. You want someone a bit like Austin Theory, someone like that, or an R-Truth, but a younger R-Truth, an Otis or someone that's like really loved. Yeah, I say Theory because I think when Theory turns face, he'll be like he was when he was in The Way. And when he was in The Way, the group The Way, he was really fun and people really liked him. And so, in my mind, if we turn him face and he breaks away from Grayson, I'm thinking he goes back to something like that. So someone that's like fun, that people really like, and imagine them coming down trying to cash in and then like getting it wrong, and they're like so frustrated, and all the interviews, they're like, I just can't find the right time. I just can't find the right time. I don't want to waste this opportunity. And it's funny because I can't really remember people taking that approach, because normally it's like, I'm going to cash in. Don't forget about me. I'm the difference maker. I'm in the shadows. Don't forget about me. But we haven't really had someone be like, I can't do this. This is so hard. This isn't as easy as it looks, actually. Like that would be a really interesting approach. They keep coming down at the wrong times. Like they, go to cash in, getting walloped. I mean, that happens a lot. That happened to Theory a lot, where he would run down and obviously be foiled. But I like the idea of someone doing it. Get into Money in Bank event the next year, and finally like cashing in. I wonder though, have they ever speculated or have they ever said like when it actually ends? Like, you could have it so that they end up cashing in on the show a year later, celebrating, and then it could be a bit of a grey area, because is that briefcase void as soon as Money in the Bank starts the next year? Like, have we ever established quite exactly, specifically when that briefcase is void? It's like, I think they, as a ballpark, say like 12 months. 12 months, but it's never, you're right, it's never been tested. So what if you used to cash in on the Money in the Bank show the next year, but let's say you're a guy and the men's match hasn't happened yet, so there is no new Money in the Bank holder. No one's got the Money in the Bank briefcase but you, because the match hasn't happened yet. You've done it before, because I think as soon as you crown a new holder, you get replaced. I can appreciate that. But what if you did it halfway during the show and the men's match was closing the show? So there is no guy has won the briefcase for that year yet. So you're still the only Money in the Bank holder, but technically the show has started. Like, I'd be really interested to explore that. Certainly if it was within that kind of 12-month time frame as well. Oh, I don't know, man. That could be really interesting. It could also be a bit of a nightmare, because if you're in the creative room, these are the questions you might be asking. But have we ever actually established the rules of this, of like when you've got to have cashed it in by, or do we just normally say like 12 months? So you'd probably have to do a bit of deep dive in to find some answers so that you wasn't screwing up. Yeah, it'd be interesting. That would be interesting. I think it will happen. I mean, look, if we keep doing this every year and it doesn't go away, we're going to eventually explore every opportunity, aren't we? We've cashed in at WrestleMania. We've cashed in pretty much as soon as someone's won the briefcase. I mean, we've done lots of different things in the short life of Money in the Bank. So this will be one that gets done eventually. But, yeah. I'm down for trying it. I'm down for looking at it. I just like the idea of them failing, and then, like, never quite finding it. And then, of course, when they come down with that briefcase during Money in the Bank the next year, and they finally cash in, maybe succeed. I like the idea then of there being an investigation as to whether it's valid or not. So after struggling all year, they finally cash in, but they cashed in so late, it's now got to go to the higher-ups to figure out if it's allowed. That could be a fun little story, honestly. That's kind of where my mind went, but... yeah, WrestleLandy, I hope you're well. Edward said, Daze, how are you? Did you get and download my speech video? I don't mind when you play it, as long as we can play it before the show starts, or midway through the show, or at the end. How has your day been? Edward, I did. I got it. I actually just managed to figure out how to do it, because downloading from Twitter is a bit of a nightmare. So I've figured it. I've managed to sort something. So I do have that lined up. Just whilst I'm talking about members stuff and stuff like this, I got Project X's logo for the faction game. That is loaded. It should be available as an emoji now. I just saw about an hour ago, as I was going through social media, that I've got DWOs. So I've just downloaded that, but I've not had a chance to upload that one yet. That one is on my to-do list. Should be up by tomorrow, right? So DWO will have theirs up. The tag team that won, DWO, can't remember, was it Black and Gold? Or Wolfpack? Can't remember. Whichever DWO tag team won. I've not seen an image yet. So I need to get an image for down here. So need to get that sorted. No rush on that, but obviously need to get it done sooner than later. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's pretty much everything. So whilst we're on the subject of members, Hall of Fame, community, all of that stuff, it makes sense to do the video now that Edward's talking about. So Edward went into the Community Hall of Fame. I allow people to obviously give a bit of a speech. Normally I read it out, but Edward is not camera shy. So he has been more than happy to send a video over So I've got the video, and it's just going to play over here. It just runs for a couple of minutes. And so I will play that now, Edward. So here is the community inductee for May. This is Fast Hands, the baddest on the planet. This is Edward Brown.
The baddest on the planet. Edward Brown. Right, so I was inducted into the Hall of Fame on Tuesday, and it's about damn time as well. I just have to say, it took you long enough. But I am going to send my condolences to Nita, my mum in this community, right? Wes and Bryn again. Love you all. I do just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who voted for me, nominated me. It's an honour. See, if I had lost as well, I would have been happy about being nominated. And I just want to say, from 2018 I've been a part of this community. We've had ups, we've had downs, and we've had in the middle. Yeah, I've had a rough few years after losing my stepdad, losing my nana. It's not been the easiest, but I've made you all laugh. Do you know the Muffin Man? And the happy birthday moment. To me, those two are the greatest moment in the community's history, but that's because it's me, the BEST, right? I am the best. And when I say I'm the baddest on the planet, I mean that. Now, I want to say a special thank you to one person, and his name goes by Wrestling Daze. Would it be a part of this community if it wasn't for this guy? Like, ages and ages ago, I DM'd him something and he gave me the help that I needed, and I took it, and he's changed my life in a way. And I just want to also say thank you to all yous lot, because yous have made me be more confident in myself, and I will continue to shine in life. And yes, I haven't fought in 10 years, but I know that time is coming where I will fight, and yous will all witness the greatest masterclass in history. Enjoy Money in the Bank. Enjoy Smackdown. I'm out. I'm now a first ballot Hall of Famer. Peace.
There we go. That was Fast Hands, Edward Brown, and as I said, very much deserved. Really pleased to see Edward going in. Edward is always, like, bringing in the fun, and just a lovely person. Just a lovely person. So just like all of you are lovely people, and yeah, I'm really pleased for him. I mean, there's so many people that deserve to go in, so many people that deserve that recognition. And I've said before, like, we talk a lot about our community, and I think that to take a moment to kind of, allow Edward to speak on obviously what's one of our bigger streams, and actually kind of address the community and everything. I always like that. I always like to give the Hall of Fame winner a chance to kind of speak to the community. I thought that was fun as well, Edward. I actually couldn't hear it then, by the way. So if I wasn't reacting to what Edward was saying, it's because I couldn't hear it. I do know certain bits in there because I watched it before, but I wasn't getting the sound like you guys were getting the sound. So, but I've seen the clip already. So yeah, very good, very good. Many congratulations, Edward. You deserve it, but you deserve it. Right. Okay. Connor said, Daze, do we see the likes of Saraya, Kelly, Bellas, R-Truth, Goldberg, Savio Vega, Stone Cold returning tomorrow? Well, we can walk it. Saraya she could come back, but I don't know how you use her, because honestly, I think the women's division has moved past her. I think that she now would be kind of in the mix, but I can't even say she would be a top name. I mean, she was never anyone that was going to be able to hang with a Stephanie or a Giulia or someone like that in the ring, or a Roxanne. I mean, her in-ring work was good, but I can't say that it's that level. I mean, I can't say it's that level. So I sort of feel like she was a building block. She was important on the journey. There's a place for her. There's a place for her, but I don't know if that is as a wrestler. I mean, honestly, the women's division just continues to improve at a pretty rapid rate. And so now you look around and you've got Rhea and Liv and Stephanie and we didn't have these people when Paige arrived more than like 10 years ago, you know, on the main roster. Like, we didn't have this kind of quality. We didn't have this this level of, like, you know, training. The women had potential, and I'm sure the women we had could have achieved a hell of a lot more than they did, but they just weren't trained to the same levels as the women now. So I think Saraya is really difficult because, you know, there's a place for her, but is it as a GM, or is it as a part-time attraction? Or would she be happy with just being around the mid-card? Or, do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know where you put her. I don't think that it's a real interesting one, because it's like, where does she fit in now? I think it's a real interesting one to kind of chew over that. I was not blown away by what she did over in AEW, and I think that has kind of clouded my judgment as well. It's kind of further cemented the thought that the women's division has kind of evolved past her, because I was really unimpressed with what I saw from her when she was in AEW. So I wish her all the best, obviously, and if she comes in, let's go. I mean, I won't be down on it, but I don't know. If I'm sat in creative, this is what I'm thinking. This is where my head's at. Kelly, no, I think she's with TNA. Bella's, I'm expecting them soon, but not tomorrow. I expect them to be a part of Evolution. R-Truth, no. I think he's just going to see his contract out. They wouldn't even let people wear R-Truth shirts on Monday, so I don't know why they would allow him to show up tonight. Goldberg, maybe a bit early. I think Goldberg having a match at SummerSlam makes sense, but that's not till August. So, yeah, maybe a bit early for Goldberg. Savio Vega is expected to be at Worlds Collide. Don't expect him at Money in the Bank. Unless he's shown in the crowd waving. I think they're in the same sort of place, aren't they? Not the same building, but they could have him come over, pop him in the crowd, but I'm not really I wouldn't expect anything more than that, and I'm not even really expecting that. And Stone Cold, no, not expecting that. Connor, no. Jazza said, Daze, could we see another DX with Nia joining Heyman's faction, or hopefully not Travis Scott's? Could we see another DX? Well, with a female joining, I think a lot of people think if a female joins that Heyman faction, it'll likely be Becky. I don't know that they would go Nia, but Nia's an interesting shout. I think at the moment she's on the wrong brand. She's on SmackDown. That group's on Raw. But obviously, we can easily move people around. There's a draft that's meant to be coming up. So I can't say Nia, but you could do it. You know, it would give her a bit more. It'd be good to see her with Heyman, actually. It does feel and has felt like she's been missing something during her career. I think she feels in a little bit of a better place now than in her last run. I think she's been used a little bit better this time than in her last run. I mean, I'm certainly pleased she hasn't got the I'm not like most girls music anymore. But I wouldn't be down on that happening. But obviously there's no word or anything about it happening. And I think if a woman was to join, a lot of people are thinking they may go Becky because of Seth being the leader of that group. A hard thing, though, to work with each other and also then go home and kind of have a personal life with each other as well. That's a lot of being around each other. So maybe Seth, Becky don't really want to do that. You could understand that. Matteo said, Daze, what are the predictions for tonight? I've got JC, Mateo, Knight, and Team Rhea, Uso, Paul, Cena, Rhodes segment, all of the Money in the Bank members. Money in the Bank predictions, I have Naomi, LA Knight, Becky, Bailey, and Team Cody. Well, honestly, I've not seen the full lineup for tonight. The official preview has just got Cody, Jey, Cena, Logan segment, so nothing to predict there. Other than it'll just be a promo exchange and so on. All the Money in the Bank superstars, I'd imagine it'll be a big brawl, like usual. Rhea, Alexa, Stephanie against Naomi, Roxanne, Giulia. I could see that going with the... Oh, it's tricky because I think Naomi might win Money in the Bank. So, do they go with the faces so that Naomi loses but then wins tomorrow? Because that's, the old kind of trick, isn't it? If you win on the go-home show, you don't win at the actual show. So, I wonder if the faces win that. But Naomi kind of gets her revenge tomorrow by winning the actual match. LA Knight against Aleister Black. Yeah, it's got to be... That's a tricky one because Aleister can't really afford to take an L because he's not long come back. But equally, LA Knight's not going to lose the day before being in Money in the Bank. Not against someone that's not even in the match. So I've got to think there's outside interference there. It's got to be like a DQ or no contest, or it's going to be something like that. Some sort of screwy finish. I can't see Knight beating Aleister Black clean. I can't see that tonight. But equally, I can't see Black beating Knight clean. But then, when do we get clean finishes in WWE? They're very rare these days. So expecting a clean finish is probably not a good idea. Chris said it's sad about Ric Flair. Yes, I saw that news. Yeah, I mean, he's a bit all over the road, and actually, does it make a bit more sense now? I don't know, but we were talking yesterday about this kind of outburst that Ric Flair had, and we find out today that reports are his skin cancer has returned. So, yeah, just, awful thoughts very much with Ric Flair, and you never want to see or hear of news like that, so... yeah, very sad. But hopefully he can get the help he needs. I believe he's managed to battle it once. So hopefully he can battle it again. Lee said, how would we feel if Cena came out and said, I told you I would destroy wrestling. I beat truth and now he's gone for good. How would I react? I would be like, whoa, that's a low blow. That would be my reaction, and then I would immediately say, I hope he checked that with R-Truth first, and then I would say, knowing John, of course he did. I can't imagine John Cena saying a line like that and not giving R-Truth a heads up or just going, is it all right if I say this? Because it gets heat on to John, but it is not heat that he needs particularly. It's not going to create, I don't think it's going to change minds, let's put it that way. I can't imagine that there's Cena fans that are going to hear that line and then go, no, I'm not a fan of his anymore now. I think if you are a Cena fan, you're going to stay a Cena fan. If you're not a Cena fan, you're obviously not going to be a Cena fan. That line is not going to achieve a great deal, honestly. It's not going to achieve a great deal. So... it's not really necessary. It's not like, oh, yeah, he needs to say that. That would really get him heat. It would get him a reaction. People would, boo that line because there'd be we want truth chants. But I'll tell you the other thing that line might do, and that is actually get people to start chanting R-Truth's name, and they're not going to want that. WWE might not allow him to say that because they weren't even allowing people to wear R-Truth shirts on Monday because they, I think, knew that the crowd... If the crowd got out of control with the R-Truth stuff, it could derail the show. So they were constantly keeping it on the low. There was no mention of truth during the show. There was no little cheeky anything to do with Truth during the show. And I was really surprised when CM Punk came out. I really thought he would say something or tease something, or, like how they do sometimes where, they'll say a word like, he could have come out and said, you know me, I only tell the truth. It's nothing to do with truth, but because it's the word and he emphasizes it, maybe winks at the camera or whatever, that it's a reference to our truth. There was nothing like that either, was there? Nothing like that. Like, I think it was clear that a conversation had been had where I think WWE genuinely were worried that crowd, if they got the bit between their teeth, if they kind of got it together and really made their voice heard as one, that it could really derail the show. And actually, at no point did it really all come together. I know there was people saying that the crowd were chanting, we want truth. And that is true, they were on Monday, but it was nowhere near the level I thought it was going to be. There was nowhere near as many signs as I thought there was going to be. There was nowhere near as loud a chant as I thought there was going to be. It's a couple of moments where you can hear it. It's a couple of moments where the crowds get a little bit louder. I think it was during like the women's match, but by and large, it wasn't like the big, we want truth, we want truth, we want truth, loads of signs and all that kind of stuff. Like, was it enough to make WWE nervous? Was it enough to make WWE reconsider? Like, oh my God, we've made a massive mistake. No, not even close. Not even close. They weathered Monday quite comfortably, and that's it. So, I mean, there might be a bit of concern about tonight and about whether, is the crowd. But I think Monday, because that's the show Truth was on, I think that was, and it was closest show to the news, I think that was the biggest concern. I think they'll feel a bit more comfortable that it should settle a little tonight. I still expect some We Want Truth chants. We had some on Tuesday for NXT, and he has got pretty much nothing to do with NXT, so I expect some tonight. But again, I think the whole getting out of control, really loud, loads of signs, I don't know that we're going to see that. I wouldn't be anticipating that. Be great if it happened. I just I don't think that the fan base is really there for a pushing back. I think what's happened is that we've got a lot of youngsters. I think we've got a lot of families. I think that there's a lot of people that are watching wrestling that I don't think are really looking to cause disruption. And I think like they just want to go and have fun. And that's fine. That's great. That's, that's what it's all about. But, if there is any times where as a fan base, we want to turn around and go, nah, that's definitely not what we're after. That's not what it's about. I just don't know. I don't know if this current version of the WWE universe has got enough kind of fight about it, Certainly, I didn't see it on Monday with the whole R-Truth thing. So, yeah, I mean, the truth stuff's really difficult because I think a lot of us understand that he's in his 50s. His career is pretty much done. He's on a good wage. And word came out that they had tried to offer him a new contract, but at less money. And he turned it down. So I think it's difficult because, to be honest, I think a lot of us are looking at that going, yeah, kind of do understand really why it's happened. It's just Truth was really loved and we thought he would be a lifer, and it's a shame there couldn't have been a better solution found. And it's a real shame that we're not allowed to mention him or do video packages or honour what has been an incredible career, and no like retirement match. Or it's such a sad ending, and that's really sad as well. So I just, this is why I said during, I think it was an Unseen or can't remember where, I said, could you imagine if they'd been able to reach an agreement where they said, like, we want you to do a promo saying that you think it's time to step away from WWE and that it's kind of your decision. It's not your decision. Like, because we just can't reach an agreement. Like, Truth would stay if he could, but they couldn't reach an agreement on money. So, listen, let's go this way because That way the fans think that you're going because you want to, right? And also, it's going to allow us to honour you. It's going to allow us to show some of your highlights and to encourage thank you truth signs and to allow the superstars to speak about you. And that's going to be nice for you, good for us, good for the fans. And, you know, it's just going to kind of be a better solution and a better ending than the one that we're currently going through. The one we're currently going through is don't speak about our truth. He's dead to us. We don't want anything to do with him. Not because we hate him, but because he's leaving. He's going to go to a different promotion, and we don't want to promote him. And, you know, we're worried that you lot are going to hijack the shows if your chants get out of control. So it's like, it's a horrible situation to be in, isn't it? This is why I think it would have been really constructive if we'd have found a healthier way of kind of wrapping this up rather than doing what we've done, which is just so cold and so callous. It's just like chopping him out, isn't it? It's terrible. So I find it really frustrating, but, you know, I think that has played a part in the fans not being louder, is the fact that a lot of people, I think, in their heart of hearts are going, yeah, I do sort of get it, though, you know? I do sort of understand. Imagine if R-Truth was an active superstar, really funny, doing everything the same, used regular in the ring and was like 32, you know? And maybe his wage was not as high. And, you know, we were a bit more kind of confused as to why they had done it. You know, I think then it would be much louder. I think then the backlash would be louder. I think the fact is in his 50s, on a high wage, has meant people kind of understand a little bit more. People still don't like it, understandably. But I wonder if that played a factor. So, yeah, not expecting R-Truth. How would we feel about John coming out and saying that he was responsible? That's all the stuff that would go in my mind. My mind would be like, I don't think that's done much for John. I hope he's checked it with R-Truth, but I'm sure he has. And you've now probably created a bit of a problem where the crowd are now going to be focused on R-Truth at a time where I don't think the company really want people focused on R-Truth. Martin Wendy Lucho said, Daze, is it possible that we see two heels winning Money in the Bank? Yeah, absolutely. Seth and Naomi are both the favourites. We kind of touched on this before because it was brought up before, and I don't really see an issue with that, to be honest. I don't really see a problem with it. I don't really ever factor that in. It's not something that I'm ever like, oh, if Naomi wins, then it's got to be a face for the men's. I don't feel that way. Or like Elimination Chamber, because I'd say it's comparable, or comparable to the Rumbles. We don't ever say, oh, if a heel wins one Rumble, a heel can't win the other. We don't say it about the Rumbles. We don't say it about Elimination Chamber. I don't think I've ever thought it about Money in the Bank. So absolutely, two heels can win Money in the Bank, yeah. I don't see them being connected, honestly. I see them as two separate stories. You know, because you don't know when they're going to cash in. One could cash in relatively soon. The other could cash in next year. So, like, they're just two separate stories, really. So, yeah, absolutely, we could. And as we said, Seth, who is a heel, with his new group and Heyman and everyone, he is favourite. And on the other side, we've got Naomi. She is favourite. So, don't know if it's going to go that way. Those would be the two that I would be looking at as winners, yeah. Kian said, tomorrow, Stephanie and Lola teaming, my faves. Yeah, so actually, thank you for reminding me, because last night I had a decision to make, and I actually made a decision I was not expecting to make, and I only made it when I was setting the streams up. So all week I've been saying I'm going to do two separate streams. I'm going to do two separate streams. I'm going to do Worlds Collide, and then I'm going to do end it, and then I'm going to do Money in the Bank stream. Why would I do that? I would do that because there is a problem with YouTube where if I stream one stream and then change the graphic live, change the title live, and basically change it from Worlds Collide, Money in the Bank, but just keep the stream going, it doesn't change the thumbnail for everyone. There will be people that will still see the Worlds Collide thumbnail, even though we will have switched it all over to Money in the Bank. And I just can't afford for that to happen, because clearly the bigger show is Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank, much bigger than Worlds Collide. And Money in the Bank is the focus tomorrow. Yes, we're doing Worlds Collide, but Money in the Bank is the focus. When I actually looked at when Worlds Collide ends and Money in the Bank starts, it's pretty much next to each other. It's like Worlds Collide ends and then the countdown show for Money in the Bank begins. Like, they are really close together. There's basically no breathing space between them whatsoever. And I just don't like that. I don't like that. You know that we always start at least an hour or so before. And so I looked at it and I was like, I think the right thing for the channel and the right thing for me to do is to just do one stream, Money in the Bank, called Money in the Bank, everything Money in the Bank. But we're going to do Worlds Collide still. We're still doing Worlds Collide, but it will be in that Money in the Bank stream. That way I haven't got to change anything over. And you know what? If I miss out on a few people that are looking for the Worlds Collide watch-along, if I miss out on those people, I feel like I'm pretty confident I will gain viewers that are looking for Money in the Bank anyway. Right? So anything I lose on that, I hopefully gain on that. So from a channel point of view, this feels like the right thing to do. One stream, starting early, and it'll go straight the way through, and it'll do Worlds Collide, and then it'll go straight into Money in the Bank, and it's one stream, and it's up now, and it's branded Money in the Bank. I don't even think it mentions Worlds Collide, but we are still doing it. So yeah, I just wanted to bring clarity as to why that has been set up that way, and just reassure people that yes, we are doing Worlds Collide tomorrow. No change of plan, but it will be within the Money in the Bank stream. But I think people would have worked that out. If we're live at the same time as Worlds Collide, but it just says Money in the Bank, I think you could have just clicked on it and worked out that we're watching Worlds Collide. But that's the reason for it. I don't want to end that stream, start a new one, and, you know, kind of basically start from scratch, start from zero the second that the countdown show begins. That's not great in such a competitive environment, so that's why we're doing what we're doing. Lovely. Aaron, hello. Hope you're doing well. Aaron said, Daze, Money in the Bank could be better, but I'm still hyped for it. Aaron, I hope you're doing well, my friends. Yes, I agree. I think that it's missing a big, juicy, meaningful match outside of the Money in the Bank matches. I mean, Becky, Lyra have faced each other before, and it's got a little stipulation there, which I don't mind. If Becky wins, Lyra's got to raise her hand. If Lyra wins, Becky cannot compete for the IC title whilst Lyra has it. So that's kind of added to the match. I think having that stipulation definitely helps. It's a match I'm looking forward to, but one that we've seen before, so it is what it is. And then, of course, as well as that, we've got the big tag match. But the problem with that tag match is the problem with a lot of these tag matches that involve single stars. It just doesn't matter who wins. We're going to see a 6-woman tag match tonight. Doesn't matter who wins. And that does take away from the match. You know, we've got Logan, we got John taking on Cody and Jey. It doesn't matter who wins. Let's say Logan, John win. Good for them. What has that achieved? If Jey and Cody win, good for them. What has that achieved? And for me, that is the problem with those types of matches, is they just feel like filler, you know? I mean, whenever you tune into boxing, you don't see Muhammad Ali and George Foreman teaming up to take on a couple of other boxers in a match that doesn't make any, like, you know, difference to actual boxing. They're just doing it, you know, for lols. Like, you don't, you know, like, you do get exhibition fights when people have, like, retired or whatever. But, I mean, you don't get it in UFC, do you? You don't get people, like, teaming up or stuff like this in UFC. Like, we're just focused on who's the champ. In boxing, we work towards who's the champ, and we work it out. Number one contenders, this person going against that person. Same in UFC. WWE, they do these matches where it's just spinning their wheels. These matches that just don't mean anything, that are just, what is this achieving? It is quite frustrating. You know, it's frustrating to think that we're going to waste a Cena spot on this. I did say, though, right, I'm going to stand by this. I think the real reason why we're doing this isn't because we're desperate to just kill some time, because John's only got so many dates. I really believe the news was accurate that Travis Scott was going to be in this match. And I think if Travis Scott's in this match, it makes all the sense in the world then. Because Travis Scott is a celebrity. He is a singer who can't wrestle, right? I'm sure he's having a bit of training, but can't wrestle, yeah? He hasn't spent years and years on the indie circuit. He's not spent years at the Performance Center. He might have done a few months, but, you know, he's just, whatever, beginner. So, like, putting him in the ring this year, it's got to be in a tag match. You can't just put him in the ring, like, you know, it'd be dangerous. Like, if he was in a singles match this early. Like, it'd either be dangerous or the match would be so low-level mid that it would have no place being on, like, a WWE PLE. So this is why whenever we get celebrities, you tend to see them in tag matches. Ronda's first match was in a tag match at WrestleMania 34. Snooki was in a tag match. Mr. T at WrestleMania 1 was in a tag match. Like, I think Bad Bunny's first match was a tag match. I think Logan's first match was a tag match. Like, this is what you do. Because this way, they only have to tag in, do a very small amount, and then if there's any problems, loads of people around to save the day, right? Support in every direction they look. And they can go in, do their stuff, get back out again, yeah? Rather than carrying the weight of a match. So Travis being in this would have made so much sense, because he then, of course, could have tagged in, could have done his work, could have tagged back out again. And, you know, then maybe we'd look at it and go, okay, this match has a purpose. It's a way of getting Travis a match. Do we like it? Probably not. Probably not. We're probably not fans of it, but at least we know why it's happening. Without Travis, I don't know why this is happening. Without Travis, there is now no reason for this match, other than just to get them on the show. But why can't we do something better? Why can't Cena be in a fatal four-way? Why can't, you know, if you want to get some star power on the show, Jey's got his match on Monday against Gunther. Jey could have been on the show with Gunther doing a promo, setting up his match on Monday. We could have had Logan, Cody, Cena in a triple threat on this on Money in the Bank instead, and done it. Why are we doing this pointless tag match? Like, I feel like we're doing it because of Travis Scott, and I feel like Travis has had to cancel. Rumors were this was a 6-person tag. It was going to be Jimmy and Jey, the Usos, and Cody against Travis, Logan, Cena. And honestly, that makes so much more sense than what the match we're getting now. So, I'm with you, but I think the card could be stronger. I feel like we're missing a meaningful match outside of the Money in the Bank ladder matches. I do like Becky Lyra, though. But, like, you know, where's Tiffany? Where's EO? Why is John not defending? Why is Jey not defending? I know Jey's got his match on Monday, but, you know, there's no, like, world titles kind of available. The one thing that means is, well, I suppose you could cash in. Someone could cash in during that tag match. I was going to say, you know, where's the opportunity to cash in? I suppose someone could come down and cash in. You'll have both world champs there. So you might still get that being teased. But to be honest, I'm really not looking for the winners to cash in on the same show. We've done that. We've done that many times. Like, I don't need to see that story again. So I'm really not looking for someone to cash in on this show. I think they might, though, or try. I don't know that they'll succeed, but they might try. John Charles O'Rourke, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. So, Aaron, thank you. John, shout out to you. Okay, let's work our way down. Carl said, shout out, Daze. I'm afraid that Money in the Bank is going to be a bit predictable. Seth and Roxanne are going to win. Cena, Paul, and Lyra wins, but I hope I'm wrong. Roxanne is not favourite or second favourite, just to let you know. So if she wins, I think that would actually be a little bit of a surprise. Currently, the bookies odds for the women are Naomi as favourite, Rhea as second favourite. So Naomi and Rhea are the two favourites, with Naomi being the outright favourite. And I think Naomi makes a lot of sense. She's the one I would be looking at because of the fact that she's turned heel. It's really worked. She's got some momentum. She's doing some really good stuff with her promos and vignettes on social media. She was putting like razor blades into a cake the other day that she was sending to Jade Cargill. And also the fact that like her work on camera is good, like her promos are good. The whole attacking Jade has really kind of given her a new lease of life. We've moved away from the glow thing. Her having Money in the Bank as a heel, I think, is quite interesting. So, yeah, she's definitely the one that I'm looking at. Roxanne feels a bit early, but not impossible. I think Roxanne has got a great chance. She's certainly not out of it. But, I don't know, you could make the argument that it's quite early for Roxanne. We moved very quickly with Tiffany Stratton, though, so we could absolutely move quickly with Roxanne. I think she's in the conversation. I do agree with you. Bookies have got Naomi favourite. Naomi, who was who I was looking at. Roxanne, I think, has got time. Nothing but time. She's still super, super young. So do we need to move super fast with Roxanne? Debatable. Rhea is second favourite. So, yeah, I mean, I think with the women, it's up for debate, honestly. I think you can make an argument for pretty much any of them. I think you can make an argument. Men, not so much. I think Seth is the favourite, second favourite. LA Knight, third favourite. Penta, I believe. I think El Grande is the outsider. Andrade is a big outsider as well. So that's kind of how the odds are looking at the moment. Netforce said, I think Money in the Bank is another wasted opportunity to include Karrion Kross. Connor said, do you think we could see Roman return tomorrow? He could cost Seth from winning Money in the Bank. Do we think we could see Bayley return tomorrow? She could help Lyra. We could, absolutely. I mean, Money in the Bank is a bigger show. I mean, traditionally it's been regarded as the fifth biggest show, but there are some that have made arguments for it being actually number 4. So obviously WrestleMania, undeniably number 1. Number 2, a debate between Rumble and SummerSlam. I think you would say SummerSlam, now that it's gone to 2 days, is the next one after WrestleMania. I think Rumble would take third, but I think a lot of people would say Rumble's their favourite. So I think in my mind, that's kind of the order now. WrestleMania, then SummerSlam, then Rumble, and then, of course, the eternal debate as to whether it's Survivor Series or Money in the Bank next. And Survivor Series, I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of War Games. I'm definitely ready for something different. I'm just not a crazy fan as to how they do it. So, I don't know. I think you could make an argument that Money in the Bank's the next one. I'm sure the Saudis would like to make an argument that Crown Jewel or one of their shows is kind of in the mix, but I don't know. The Saudi shows just feel very superficial. They historically have kind of felt like they're just a bit out on their own. You get pretty bonkers matches like we're going to do the greatest Royal Rumble and the prize is just a belt that you're never going to see again. Or we're going to do champion versus champion and neither belt's on the line. The winner's going to get a ring that we're going to very rarely speak of or no one's going to really talk about, you know? These shows just feel a little bit like, let's make them feel big and special, but actually, because it doesn't fit in with the storyline, the narrative, because they don't really ever mean anything long term, they actually don't feel very big or very special. I think if you really want the Saudi shows to hit, then you need to be doing big feuds that pay off there. You need to be talking about the shows well in advance. You know, like how we have WrestleMania season and we talk about WrestleMania for months before WrestleMania. Even like Elimination Chamber, before that we're talking WrestleMania. Like, you know, the Royal Rumble kicks off the road to WrestleMania, and all the feuds, all the angles, they're building towards WrestleMania where it kind of, pays off. It's not that way with Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel's just another PLE. Like, I don't even know when it is. In fact, this year, I think Crown Jewel might even be in Australia. So I think, is it Night of Champions that the Saudis have got? So, like, are we going to do the road to Night of Champions? Are we going to do loads of feuds that are going to pay off there? Is it going to be like a long build? Is it going to be meaningful? Or is it just going to be another PLE? It's probably going to be another PLE, isn't it? And a lot of the time, they're just kind of rubbish matches that you wouldn't even want to do. Like, we did, like, Logan Paul versus Roman Reigns. I mean, no one gave Logan a chance of winning that, but Logan's a big name, so that's why we did it. So, it's one of those where I don't think you can really count the Saudi shows. They're just these weird things, really, out on their own. But yeah, I would say that Money in the Bank, it just doesn't feel like it, though, does it? It doesn't feel like we've got a pretty major show tomorrow. It just feels like we've got another show tomorrow. That's how it feels, if I'm being honest. But I don't want to feel that way. I want to be excited for it. But if you look at the card, there's only 4 matches, and 2 of them are the Money in the Bank ladder matches. One of them is that tag match, which doesn't mean anything. And the other one is Becky Lyra, which will be fine. So I really do understand what people are saying. I do understand where you guys are coming from. I think all these Saturday night main events and Backlash and all this kind of stuff is kind of just took away a little bit. But listen, we'll wake up tomorrow excited. Hopefully we will be excited at the fact that we've got a Money in the Bank, and perhaps it'll hit more tomorrow. Perhaps after the show tonight, they can build our excitement a bit higher. It's still Money in the Bank, isn't it? 2 people are still going to walk away with briefcases. So yeah, let's try and not get dragged down into the negativity. It's very easy to do. That's the easy path, which honestly I'm not even feeling that negative about it. I just agree that it could have been built better and it could feel more meaningful, and there could be a big juicy title match there that's been built over a bit of time that we care about. I agree. I completely agree. William, hello, hope you're doing well, but William Hensey, always lovely seeing him around. Matteo said, do we think that we're going to get some more We Want Truth chants? Maybe some signs? Or will we get anything related to him tonight? It seems that he'd been on SmackDown for a while. Maybe he's going to switch to SmackDown before he's fired. I think you will get some chants. I would be shocked if you don't get anything. I think you will see the odd sign. But for me, Monday was the key day because that was the show closest to the news of R-Truth being let go, or kind of his contract being allowed to run out. And I think that it hadn't dropped that day. It dropped the day before. It dropped on the Sunday. Sundays are always the quietest day. So there was nothing else to block the news. It was big. It dropped like a atom bomb. Like it... Do you know what I mean? It was just massive. So, of course, 24 hours later, you've got Monday Night Raw. I think everyone was like, what's this going to be like? And listen, there were chants. And they were very audible at times. And there were signs. The point I made earlier is that those chants were not as long. They were not as loud. They were not as frequent as what I thought they would be. And there was not as many signs as I thought there would be. And I know I haven't heard of any signs being confiscated. I know that was a theory that people had. I haven't heard of any being confiscated. And I know people saying that the sound was being muted. I also have not heard that happened either. I also think if the crowd really wanted to make their voices heard, there's not much WWE could have done about it, right? So I think we can agree at no point were the crowd really kind of going for it, right? United in one voice. And so I think what you might get is a bit more of what we saw on Monday, which is, going to be the odd sign, the odd chant. I don't think it's ever going to get out of control. I think the superstars are going to be told to not do anything that's going to encourage it. I don't think you'll see our truth shirts by the superstars. I don't think you'll see or hear any truth mentions. I think there'll be a meeting, just like I feel there was on Monday, where, because word came out, apparently the superstars were told not to wear our truth shirts, so we know that they got spoke to about it. I think there'll be a meeting where they get told the same. And I get it, because WWE want to focus on Money in the Bank, Worlds Collide. They want to focus on the superstars they're building and investing in, and they want to focus on the products that they're putting on TV. They don't want to focus on a superstar that is not going to stay with them, It does make sense to focus on that. So please don't drag the show in that direction. Please don't hijack the show or allow the fans to hijack the show. We're trying to build towards Money in the Bank. We're trying to invest time in you and your characters and blah, 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 blah. So I think it'll be more the same as what we saw on Monday, honestly. I wouldn't expect it to be louder or anything like. If it is, I will be shocked. I will be surprised. And listen, I've been shocked and surprised before many times. So, I mean, I could be shocked and surprised again. But, yeah, we'll have to see. I'm not expecting anything, no. More than what we got Monday. Johnny, hello. Daze, TKO has made me upset right now. I did something which I never swore I would do again. I watched an episode of Dynamite. And you know what? I enjoyed it. And they need to end El Grande. It's horrible, said Johnny. Johnny, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you, my friends. It's no problems watching Dynamite, is there? I mean, I think that AEW is a brand in its own right. I feel like, I don't know actually where we are from that kind of tribalistic point of view. I don't know what the landscape looks like now. Have people kind of laid their arms down and gone their separate ways? Probably not. Probably not. I can't imagine it's as passionate as it was a few years ago, though. A few years ago, I mean, it was just like a war battleground on social media when it came to like AEW, WWE, the fan bases throwing shade at each other. You had things like AEW botches and all this kind of stuff. And I think that when they were quite close to WWE, when they were like occasionally hitting 1 million in the ratings, stuff like that, I think WWE fans felt a little kind of not threatened, but like, don't like this. Don't like this. Don't like the fact that we've got a company here that could build from here and potentially start getting numbers better than Raw. And so, I think that some of the fans kind of put on the helmets and the war attire and the face paint and, went to war, and it became very tribal. I think as the ratings have slipped for AEW, I think that has kind of settled down. And I don't go searching for it, so I honestly don't know. So, from my perspective, I just see AEW as a wrestling promotion on a Wednesday. Just like TNA is on a Thursday, or MLW or New Japan or whatever, so I don't if you watch them, brilliant. I must admit, I mean, I saw the announcement for Okada Omega and I was like, oof, that's a pretty good match to be announcing. I mean, I don't know what Okada's like in 2025. I don't know what Omega's like in 2025, but I know what they were like in 2016. I know what they were like in New Japan. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Maybe not this generation, because I feel like we're maybe in a different generation now. But for the generation maybe just gone, I think that kind of series of matches between Okada and Omega, I think that is this generation's like Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat. I think that it really was like the pinnacle. It really is like the gold standard. If you want to talk about like an amazing feud with matches that were just mind-blowing, like, Meltzer just couldn't create enough stars. I think their first match got like 5 stars maybe, or 5.5. And then we started getting like 6 stars and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it was bonkers. It was out of 5, 6 out of 5 stars. And like there was a big debate at the time, like, can you even do that? Why are we even doing this? What's the point in having a star system if you're just going to break it? What's the point in having like a 5-star system if you're then going to give 6? But I mean, this is the kind of conversation that was being had because those matches were so compelling. They were so well thought out, well executed. Listen, I don't know if you get AEW without those matches. I think it's a really interesting conversation because those matches really helped make Kenny Omega. He was someone that people was aware of anyway, but because of him and Okada, he became the talk of the town. And people were tuning into New Japan to watch Okada, watch Kenny Omega, watch the Young Bucks. And, it's that that is the nucleus for AEW. Without that, Tony Khan does not have a group of wrestlers popular enough to really invest in. But he did. He had the elite. And I think like him going and getting Bucks, Hangman, Kenny, that meant that he had a foundation for this new company, a very popular foundation. And what helped create that popularity? Those matches between Kenny and Okada. I mean, without those series of matches, let's take them away from history. Those matches still would have been popular, but I genuinely do not believe that there would have been as much interest in Kenny and the Bucks and New Japan if you took those matches away. And I don't think that group then is going to be as hot. And then I think that you could start a new promotion, but I don't think it's anywhere near as big as kind of the one that we have, I don't think it's as hot as the one that we have because, you've got Kenny who wouldn't be as well known. You've got the Bucks that wouldn't be as well known. You'd have Hangman that wouldn't be as well known. I think those matches are, serious. Like history making serious. Like bigger than wrestling serious. Like those New Japan matches were just, very important. If you was going to write a book about the history of wrestling, go all the way back and work your way through each like kind of periods, I don't see how you don't talk about those matches, Kenny Omega and Okada. They just felt like the biggest things going on in wrestling at the time. And as I said, without those, do you even get AEW? Maybe you do, but I certainly will die on the hill that it's not going to be as big at the start as it was without those matches. So with all of that being said, they have now finally announced Kenny Omega versus Okada in AEW in a singles match. And to say I'm interested in that is, an understatement because, you've just heard me kind of swooning about their matches, which I watched and loved. I'd be really interested in seeing that match. Really interested. I have no idea where they are in 2025, though. I have no idea as to where we are in 2025. It could be a disaster. Well, not a disaster. I doubt they're capable of a disaster, but it could be very underwhelming. That actually could really underwhelm because I would be going in like with a pretty high expectation, considering I regard their feud as one of the greatest feuds I've ever seen, some of the greatest matches I've ever seen. So I would be going in expecting not that, but like, somewhat good, really good. I don't know. Yeah, I'm really interested in those matches though. But it's, I think, All In or whatever, and I think that's on at the same time as a WWE show, and I ain't watching both shows. So it's one of those where I'm sure I'll find the match somewhere illegally where I'll be able to catch up with it. But yeah, honestly, I'm interested in that. And I've said before, I really love Tony Storm. I think Tony Storm's work's fantastic. I think Ospreay's arguably the best wrestler in the world as well. So listen, AEW have got plenty good things going on. And I don't think the tribalism is as strong as it used to be. But I don't know what the future holds for them. I don't know if they'll be able to get themselves up to, like getting 1 million or anything again. I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, if they get to the point, and they might be there now, where they're just making money. So not only are they getting ratings, if the network's happy with that, and Tony's making money, and the wrestlers are making good money, I mean, you can't really ask for much more, can you? I know it's not world domination. I know it's not replacing WWE, but I don't know. That's not the only objective in the world, is it? If I was starting a wrestling company, my objective wouldn't be to replace WWE. I mean, if I started a wrestling company, I'd love to do that because that means I've been a wild success. But if you was to say to me, like, here's 100 million, 200 million, go start a wrestling company, and after 5 years, I'm on TV, I've got wrestlers, they're well paid, the ratings are good, the TV company's happy, I'm making a small profit, doesn't need to be anything sizable, but I'm not losing money. If I'm in that situation, I'm flipping doing cartwheels. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled. So, yeah, I don't know if AEW are making money, by the way. I don't have that data. My point is, if they are, then that is obviously a good thing, isn't it, for them? So, I don't know. It's not. I think the fans get fixated on just the ratings and who's number one and all that, and I get that, but that's not the only objective, you know? That's not the only objective. It's about, like, you know, other things as well, about, like, you know, standing your ground and being able to do it, and in a very competitive market, in a very tribalistic space, just surviving is success. I mean, obviously, it's different if you're losing millions and millions and millions and you're just chucking. It's like throwing money into a furnace. You know, it's hard to respect that. I understand the criticism Tony's had in the past. I understand people saying, like, oh, it's just spending money. Like, where's the skill? Where's the skill in that? Just spending money on names and just throwing money away and losing money. Like, where's the skill? And I get that. But if now, because of this new TV deal, they're actually making a profit, well, that's a bit different, isn't it? He's managed to get it to the point where it's now making money. Is he going to make back all the money he lost in the past? Don't know. I don't look into AEW enough to be able to have that conversation. But, yeah, I wish them all the best. Honestly, I don't have any ill will towards them. We keep having this conversation. But, yeah, I think watching it is fine. I hope you enjoyed it. I know that their shows are going to collide, though. That All In show is going to collide with the WWE show, and you know which side I'll be watching. Daze, what are the thoughts on Tommy Invincible, said GM Haunts. What's that? What's Tommy Invincible, buds? Edward said, Daze, I shouted you out because obviously I was in a bad place. I felt like doing something stupid at that point. It was a message, but you gave me the people to reach out to, and I love you. Edward, I'm pleased that you took the advice that you took. I'm pleased that you're in a better place. I know life's been hard at you. I think life is hard at a lot of people. I think that I think it's one of those where, like, it's one of those where a lot of people go through, like, bad things, and at times we all need those moments, don't we, where someone's just like, listen, yeah, do this. And, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, I'm glad you're in a better place, buds. LSW Hello said, what would it take for you to stream Dynamite again? What would it take for me to stream Dynamite again? I honestly, I don't know. I don't think about it. I don't ever think about it. I think what it would take is it would probably take the same thing it would take for them to get viewers back, which is just putting on good, tidy little shows is fine, but it's probably not going to make you much progress. You need things that are going to really grab attention. Yeah, we've said this before. WCW, when they created the NWO, turned Hogan heel, aligned him with Hall and Nash, created one of the baddest groups in the history of wrestling. Like, all of that happening in, like, you know, at the same time meant that people went, oh, what's that? What are they doing over there? And people started talking about, oh man, this group's so good. Are they? And if, you know, all of a sudden people are like, okay, I'll check that out. So you tune in, you watch, and you know, you do something sizable that cannot be ignored. You do something that cannot be ignored. And honestly, I think Toni Storm is the closest thing they've had to that. Anything to do with like Death Riders, or I don't even know what they've been doing with their title picture. I legitimately don't even know. I mean, Toni Storm and her clips have been things that have caught my attention. And honestly, if it wasn't for social media, maybe that could have got me going back. But unfortunately, we live in a different time to WCW. With WCW, if you want to know what was going on, you had to tune in. With the modern world, we got social media and we've got clips being shared. I don't have to watch Dynamite to keep up to date. I can just watch the clips I'm interested in. So, you know, on a Wednesday when I'm compiling Unseen, I see in my feed all the AEW news. And if I see a Toni Storm one, I'll watch it. But I don't need to watch Dynamite, do I? I don't need to watch Dynamite to keep up to date with Toni Storm and her promos and the story and what's going on. Now, if this was the 90s, I would have to tune in. So I think they're a bit of a victim of that. I think that's a factor. But I also think that just having Toni Storm as being the only thing that's caught my attention is obviously not a good thing as well, is it? So as an outsider, as someone that doesn't watch AEW, what would it take for me to finally tune in? It would probably take me watching a good chunk of clips for me to think, why don't I just watch the show? You know? Like, oh my God, they've got this Toni Storm thing going on, which I love. Oh my God, they're building to Kenny and Okada, so those segments will be good. So that'll be interesting. I'm down for that. If they can add a few more, and on a Wednesday I find myself searching out clips, and, you know, instead of doing that, just start watching the show again. But at no point over the past year and a half have I remotely come close to that. So, you know, maybe if Ospreay's doing something pretty sick, and maybe you got Kenny and you got Okada, and I want to see their promos, and Tony's involved in a really good feud, and we're doing something good with Mercedes, and do you know what I mean? Like, I think that's what it would take. They would have to become like unmissable. They'd have to become like, you know, you need to be tuning into this. And maybe if they can get some big... I mean, MJF just seems to have dropped off the flipping face of the earth. I know he's doing something with Bobby Lashley, but do you remember, like, a few years... You had to watch MJF segments. You had to watch his promos. You had to watch MJF. He was the guy. He was, like, one of the biggest stars in the wrestling world. And I could not tell you the last MJF promo that I've seen, or even the last MJF promo that created any kind of buzz, or the last MJF promo that created any kind of noise. Just don't ever see him getting mentioned, apart from the fact that I believe he joined the Hurt Syndicate the other day. That's all. That's it. So for me, that's what it would take. You've got to, it's hard. It's harder now than it was back in the 90s. Because of the internet, you've got to be undeniable. Undeniable. You've got to be unmissable. Right, let's go down into over here. Mackenzie said, could Liv cost Roxy the Money in the Bank match? She could do. Yeah, she could do. I don't know that she would on purpose, because their relationship seems to be okay. So I don't know that she's looking to really hurt Roxy, but she could do. She could get involved. It could be a way of stopping her. I mean, I don't know that it would be Liv. It might be more Raquel. I mean, I feel like Liv has kind of... She's not keen on Roxy, but she's not, like, hating on her either. It's more Raquel that I think has had a bit of kind of crosswords with Roxanne. So, I don't know. I could see them maybe coming down, trying to help, maybe getting in the way, something like that. Don't know. I couldn't see Raquel really coming down unless she was told to come down. I don't think she likes Roxy, so I don't think she would. But I don't know. Yeah, there could be something there. We might need to find a way of having Roxanne not win. But saying that, the great thing with Money in the Bank is people don't really need protecting too much. Because if you get walloped with a ladder and you go out the ring and then someone climbs the ladder and wins, I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, isn't it? You didn't really lose. You weren't pinned or submitted or anything. It's just you got walloped with a ladder, got knocked out, and in that time someone won the match. So we don't really have to worry too much about protecting people too much when it comes to this type of match. But yeah, we could see Liv and Raquel get involved. Nine Dark Holiday said, I'm one step closer to Cardi B, but I'm more of a sexy red guy myself. Speaking of sexy, hey Daze. Hi Nine Dark Holiday. Hope you're doing well, buds. Yeah, I'm not down on Cardi being involved. Cardi, I mean, I'm not looking for Cardi to do anything physical. I'm sure there'll be a slap or there'll be some exchange of words. But yeah, we spoke about this the other day. We were talking about how do you boost Raw viewership, and obviously make the show better is the starting point. But a little bit like what we just said about being unmissable, undeniable. We were speculating about, could you imagine if a celebrity was to make an announcement? And you wouldn't do that on a regular basis, but, you know, a big name, someone coming in, making an announcement that's going to get some of their fans tuning in, new album, new music, new tour, whatever it might be. And, you know, trying to do something along those, like, this is how I would like to use celebrities, you know. And I think the thing with Cardi is she's going to be the host for SummerSlam. I know she's not to everyone's taste, but to me that's absolutely fine as long as she doesn't have a match. I ain't looking for her to step into the ring, but you know, she could give someone a little slap backstage or something. I could see something like that happening, but yeah, I don't know. I don't mind that too much. Who knows? She might have an announcement. I don't think she's had an album out in a long time, so who knows? They might do it where she actually makes an announcement at SummerSlam. But I would look to do that on a Raw, because I think Raw's, you know, needs to pick up its ratings. SmackDown as well needs to pick up its ratings. But we were talking about the ratings of those shows. Both of them probably where you would have expected at the moment, considering where we were at WrestleMania season. So no disasters, but still, SmackDown at 1.3 and Raw potentially a little bit lower than that in the US. You know, you don't want to see that getting to 1 million, do you? We don't want to see 1 million people in the US tuning in to watch Raw and SmackDown. Like, not when you think the population is growing. You know, really the numbers should be much stronger than that. So it's, you know, not a brilliant sign, but we know that less and less people are tuning in. The problem is that there's so many different things you can do in the world. You know, you could spend your whole day just on TikTok. You can spend your day on YouTube. You can listen to music. You can watch films. There's Netflix. You can spend the day on Netflix. I mean, there's so much that's trying to get your attention that really the whole landscape is just really thinning out. Like, you've got so many streaming platforms, Disney Plus, HBO Max, or whatever it's called this week, YouTube, as well as we've said, Peacock and Tubi, and there's so many people, places trying to get your attention that it's hard. It's hard. It's hard for content creators. It's why I really appreciate people joining us here, but also it's hard for WWE. We know that shows' ratings are going down rather than up. You know, gone are the days of like Walking Dead 20-odd million tuning into a show type situation. You know, everyone's just fighting for scraps, really. And that's the same with WWE. But the problem you've got is the more that declines, you know, when do you start ringing the alarm? Where is the, you know, where do the TV deals start dropping? Because they haven't dropped yet, which is amazing, isn't it? It's amazing that the TV money keeps going up and up and up as the ratings go down and down and down. It doesn't even make sense. I can't even get my head around that. How have WWE found themselves in a situation where their ratings have consistently gone down since the Attitude Era? And yet their TV money goes up and up and up. At some point, that's going to reverse. Well, not reverse on the ratings, but certainly reverse on the money going up. And then at that point, we might have a problem, because then, you know, if you think they're cutting the budget now, imagine what the budget cuts will be like when the TV money starts dropping. Imagine what the budget cuts will be like if the Saudis don't renegotiate. Imagine what the budget cuts will be like if the Peacock deal expires and they don't get anything more for the pay-per-views or whatever. They just go to Netflix, and Netflix don't really pay them a great deal more, or because no one else is going to pay for it. Or do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many ways they make money. Peacock, Netflix, USA Network, CW Network for NXT. Like, you've got all these different places they sell their product to. What are we going to do when that starts drying up, when that starts dropping? I mean, hopefully this is a conversation they are having. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what the solution to that's going to be. And there's no sign of the ratings turning around, is there? No sign of ratings turning around at all. So at what point is a Netflix not going to be spending the kind of money they're spending because the numbers don't warrant it? In fact, it could be now. I mean, honestly, would they pay the same amount of money for the product now, knowing what the ratings are? I have no idea. I don't know. And where will they be in 5 years' time? Lower, I would imagine. So, yeah, it's the whole wrestling landscape is difficult. So celebrities coming in and, you know, hopefully bringing some fresh eyes. We can't close the door to that. Even I'm not down on that. The thing I'm down on is them celebrities wrestling. That's where I struggle. I don't struggle with celebrities in wrestling. I welcome them. Come in, yeah. If if you've got something to contribute, I'd happily watch a musical performance each week on Raw or on SmackDown. I know not everyone would like that. I know that people would be down on that, but I would be okay with there being a different musical act to play a song. WWE gets some money for it, and we kind of do something along those lines as a way of bringing in their fans. Some of them might stick around. That would be the wrestling benefit. And also, hopefully WWE would get paid for allowing 3 minutes. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not looking for like a 10-minute concert. Just like 3-5 minutes. I could cope with that. I could accept that. I could accept it a hell of a lot more than celebrities having wrestling matches. Then performing a new track. Taylor Swift's on one week, Beyonce's on the next week. I'm talking big names. I'm not interested in the small indie talents. I'm talking big major names that are going to bring big major viewers. That I would be okay with that. But that's a whole different conversation for another time. But how do you pick those ratings up? If you don't do that, how do you pick the ratings up? Because honestly, like, putting on good wrestling and stuff like that, I really don't know that makes a sizable difference. I don't know that is going to bring the masses back. I mean, we had Bloodline, which is one of the best stories I've seen, and we were on one of the biggest networks we could be on, and we were doing 2 million views. 2 million, 2.2, around that kind of ballpark. On one of the biggest networks with Roman, and one of the best. I think we were all in agreement. It's maybe the best story in WWE history, the Bloodline one. And that did 2 million, 2.2. It really feels like there is a ceiling there. I think if we did something really captivating, we could get back to that level. We could get back to 2 million if we had something really good right now. But I don't think we could. I don't think we can break past that. I don't think we could break past that. I think it would take a lot of time, a lot of hard work, a lot of consistency. And that is just easier said than done, honestly. Easier said than done. It's easy to sit here and say, make the shows better. It's hard to say exactly how you would do it. And it's hard to know as well if what you're saying would even work. So, in the short term, is there anything that could be done? And I don't even know if allowing people, to have a little segment where they do a musical performance would make a difference. But I just know that, if Beyonce was on the show, I've got to think that would help. If Kendrick Lamar was on the show, I've got to think that would help. If Taylor Swift was on the show, I've got to think that would help. Could you even get people of that caliber? I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I've got to think that, it's a good amount of worldwide viewers that tune in each week. It's not and it's live. And, you could definitely have the wrestlers excited. I don't know that I would do it every week, but I don't know. Just throwing spitballing ideas. How do you use celebrities to actually bring in eyes? That's the conversation. And I don't really want them having matches. Camden, let's see what Camden's bringing. Daze, do we think it's a possibility that WWE could shock us with a cash-in on the tag match at Money in the Bank and have a 5-way title unification match, or would they never unify the titles again? No, they can't say they won't unify the titles again, but I don't expect them to do it now, because honestly, John's trying to ruin wrestling, so taking the belt off him doesn't make any sense right now, because he's talking about ruining wrestling, so why take the belt off him? Jey is someone that's really over, really popular. They're trying to capitalize on that. So again, you could take the belt off Jey, but if you do, has the run been that successful? He only won it at WrestleMania, and then I think has defended it once against Logan in a screwy finish. So really, what would his legacy be as champion? I mean, at the moment, there's not really much to judge, is there, at all? So I think that to have someone cash in during that match and try and win both, I don't think it would even work that way, to be honest. I don't know if you cash in during that match that both belts would be eligible. I don't know that both belts would be up for grabs, or if it'd just be the person that you're pinning. Not sure about that. Because whose team would you be on? Like, it's a tag match. So if you insert yourself, are you just your own team? Like, or do you join a side? Like, if you pin John, do Cody win? Have you technically joined that team, or are you just like I think it's too messy. It's way too messy. If what I would say is we could explore it if I thought there was like a good chance that it was happening, but it ain't happening. Not with John and the story we're doing and Jey being champion and all of that kind of stuff. So, but I can't say they'll never unify the belts again. But I think like having both belts on Roman definitely hurt. I don't see it actually happening. Jay Plays said, who do we think is next for Karrion Kross? Sammy. Sammy would be the pick, honestly, because we've already seen Karrion backstage with Sammy. I think that Sammy picked up a bit of an injury, because the Karrion Kross, if you look at Karrion this year, it's been a mess. So he started the year and was kind of doing stuff with Sammy. He was backstage. He was trying to convince Sammy. Sammy has that feud with Kevin. And I think after that feud, he was probably meant to go and move on to Summit with Karrion. I think Sammy picks up a bit of an injury, and I think he's out the picture for a little while. As a result, that means that Karrion has to do something else. And that something else was to start a little thing with AJ. So he starts a little thing with AJ Styles, then, you might remember. And so there was a little thing there at WrestleMania. It was AJ, Logan, and Karrion was at ringside. And so, that did what that did. And then after WrestleMania, he's now gone back to Sammy now that Sammy is back. So Karrion's year has been really not anything significant, apart from doing some backstage stuff with Sammy, doing some backstage stuff with AJ, and now going back to backstage stuff with Sammy, which makes me think that there was probably a plan that it was going to be Karrion Sammy at WrestleMania or something like that, and Sammy was not available due to injury. So I think that things like that have really derailed Karrion's year. But now that Sammy's back, now we're seeing them interacting backstage, I feel pretty good that that's going to lead to something. So I think that's what's next for Karrion. I don't think they had any plans for him to be in Money in the Bank, of course, which is why I don't think they felt the need to put him in one of the qualifiers. And so, you know, we are where we are. So, yeah, I'm not... obviously, I don't know what the future holds for Carrion. I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to find something meaningful. But certainly in the short term, it feels like Sammy is the direction. Nick said, if Cena really wants to ruin wrestling, he needs to join the JOB to fire Breaker Chip. The guy is such a waste of space. He doesn't even get a mention in the stream, says Nick. Johnny said, Daze, hear me out. What if R-Truth gets signed by AEW and he shows up saying, I can't believe I'm back here in the WWE, and someone says, Ron, this is not WWE, and he says, it's my bad. Yeah, you could do that, bud. Yeah. I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best. I actually don't know if he goes from WWE, is he going to want to keep doing the comedy stuff, or is he going to want to be a bit more serious? He might want to actually, because we spoke about this the other day, one of his regrets is that he didn't actually kind of lean more into the trying to be a world champion and trying to be like, you know, a serious competitor. I wonder if he would want to bring or turn that up a little bit more. I don't know. I mean, obviously, wherever he goes, people are going to expect him to be the comedy guy. I think it's going to be really hard for him to turn his back on that. But I wonder if, you know, if he gets signed by TNA, he ain't going to want to just hang around backstage. I've got to think he's going to want to, you know, have one last run and, you know, something meaningful. If I'm R-Truth, that's the conversation I'm having. I'm like, look, I'm not interested in just being the comedy guy. I don't need the money. I've made really good money. I mean, he has for years and years and years. So Brian Alvarez said, unless Truth has been stupid with his money, which I don't know that he has, he should be set for life. He should be absolutely fine from a financial point of view. So it's not about needing money. So really now it's about what do you want to get out of your career in the few years that you've got left in this final run? What do you want out of it? And I wonder if he would speak to TNA or whatever and say, you know, I'm obviously getting paid less here than I was in WWE. So I really want to make sure that this is worth my time. Because honestly, he could just retire now. He could just go. Someone said that he could go and do music instead, which is true. If that's his passion, if that's something else he's passionate in, why not explore music? So that's obviously an option on the table. And maybe that's the option he takes. Perhaps he doesn't go into wrestling. Perhaps he decides that music is where his passion is. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the expectation is he'll do comedy stuff, but very interesting. It would not shock me if it's music. Would not shock me at all if it's music. Why are a few people saying that El Grande is going to win Money in the Bank? Because he isn't, says Connor. Well, people are obviously entitled to their opinions. I'm not expecting El Grande to win it, but it's not impossible. I mean, him qualifying was a shock. I didn't even think he would get through that qualifier with AJ and Punk. And some people have wondered if he could cash it in on the AAA Mega Championship. And could actually Money in the Bank be used to like showcase AAA? And, you know, is that the plan for Money in the Bank? Because we all think or have thought that it was going to get involved with Cena this year. You know, Cena would have his match at the end of the year. He'd be winning and then boom, someone cashes in. But honestly, that is one direction, but it doesn't have to be the direction. We could use it for the World Heavyweight Championship. We could use it... Well, you can use it, I think, for any belts. So, obviously, it'd be stupid to use it for an NXT title. But, yeah, I mean, like, honestly, if you was a luchador... If you... Let's say... I mean, I think... I don't know if Penta's won the AAA Mega Championship. But... Or Andrade. But let's say... Or El Grande, right? But if El Grande wins it... Let's say El Grande wins it, right? And he, like, you know, is talking about prestige and Mexico and, you know, the prestige of the AAA championship and all that sort of stuff. I mean, could he win it and then cash it in AAA? because he's never been a world champion, and the AAA World Championship means so much to luchadors, like the history of it and how, like, you know, treasured it is. And do you use it as a way of promoting AAA is my point. We all think that it's going to be used as a way to do something with John. Maybe it's going to be something with Jet, but I don't know. It's such a weird thing that we've gone and got AAA, and it doesn't feel like we've done loads with it yet. But obviously tomorrow we've got Worlds Collide, so we're going to actually make some progress with that relationship. We're going to really, it feels like tomorrow we're going to get the ball starting to roll. But I wonder where it leads. I wonder where it goes. I mean, they've acquired AAA. They're not working with them. They've bought them. So it's part of the family. So, and it's part of the family, and we have not really been introduced to it yet. Found out they've got a long-lost sister, and we're going to meet them tomorrow. That's how it feels. I feel like there's part of the family that we've not met before, that's part of our family, that we're going to meet tomorrow. And I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know if they're going to be a big part of our family going forward, or if we're just going to meet them once and go, okay, that was weird. I don't know. So I would compare it to like a long lost relative coming back into our lives. So, you know, it could be that AAA becomes a big deal, could be a massive part of our family. If El Grande wins and then sets his sight on the AAA championship, and we're going to use that as a way to like build the promotion, promote the promotion, I don't know. I mean, in my mind, it lives around the NXT level. But then at the same time, it's WWE's permanent base in Mexico. So on the one hand, it's the same level as developmental. On the other hand, it's WWE's Mexican home. So it's like both of those things are true at the same time. So, like, you know, do you really push it and promote it and cash in on their title? And is their title even regarded as a world title? If El Grande cashes in on the AAA championship, does he then get recognized as a world champion? That would be strange if it's at the NXT level, because the NXT title isn't a world title. If John Cena had won the NXT championship when he was on 16, he would not now be on 17. He wouldn't be on 17. The NXT title is not a world title, but is the AAA one. This is the same conversation about the TNA championship. Is Trick Williams a world champion now? Is he a legit world champion? Is the TNA title a world championship? I don't know. I know that TNA, I'm sure, regard it as a world championship, but do WWE? And if they do, if they say count AJ's as world championship, so like AJ won it, so if they count it, then that means that Trick's the world champion. It means Joe Hendry's a world champion. So, but I don't have the answer to that. I don't know how they regard the TNA title since we've started working with them, and I don't know how they regard the AAA Mega Championship. Is Vikingo a world champion right now? Again, in AAA, yes, but in WWE, I don't know. So I feel like I don't think El Grande wins, right? He's not in amongst the favourites. I think there's other options. So it's another one where I don't think we have to necessarily worry about it. But it's an interesting conversation to have. What counts as a world championship in modern wrestling by WWE's parameters, you know? I don't know. I don't know. That, you know, now that TKO have took over, I don't know. I don't know what is regarded as a world title. Do they just count the ones in-house now? You know, historically, they have counted WCWs as world titles. Historically, they've counted New Japan's as world titles. I don't know about AAA because we've not had loads of people in from AAA. And I can't remember about TNA if we have acknowledged that as a world title before. But that would be an interesting question for someone at WWE if they could bring some clarity to that. So, yeah, I don't expect El Grande to win, but it does open up a very interesting conversation if he does. Long Beach Hippie said, as Stefan Andrade fight for the briefcase on top of the ladder and the case falls, Solo and Grande could catch it at the same time. There could be a tug-of-war. LA Knight could join that fight and Penta could fly in and get the belt, says Long Beach Hippie. Connor said, Daze, have we got a sneaky feeling that Giulia could win? Because I've got a feeling Giulia could win. I've got Naomi winning. She's my favourite. I think that it's hard to discredit Rhea because she's such a big name. But I think the women, there's not a woman there I don't think could win. I mean, the least likely for me would be Alexa, because I don't think they've got plans to make her a women's champion in the near future. Probably because in my mind, it feels like the most likely thing for her is the Wyatt Sicks. I feel like she's going to get into a feud with not with the Wyatt Sicks, but alongside the Wyatt Sicks. And I don't know that that's going to be for like a women's championship. So when you've got Rhea and Naomi and Roxanne and Stephanie and all these women that are, you know, free and not connected with any kind of Wyatt Sicks group and, you know, looking for world titles, it feels more likely one of those are going to get the victory than, say, Alexa. But, I mean, I wouldn't even rule Alexa out. I'm certainly not going to sit here and say that it's impossible that Alexa wins. So, to answer your question, I feel like it could go in lots of different directions. I feel like the women's one is very, very interesting. It really could be one of many that actually end up getting that briefcase in the women's. Men's, I definitely feel like there's a couple of people in that probably don't stand much of a chance. But again, WWE have got the ability to shock. They've shocked before. They'll absolutely do it again. And will they do it tomorrow? Daze, if you were booking, how would you book Cena back face? Well, it depends what I can do. I mean, honestly, I'm a big fan of people being in groups that are being abused. So, you know, if I could book anything, I would have The Rock showing up and I would have him like telling John to do certain things. John would be getting by and I would have John like basically running Rock's errands. I would have John doing what The Rock was telling him to do and, you know, just kind of being put in some bad situations. And, you know, I'd be looking at, like, you know, Otis, when everyone was so desperate for Otis to stand up to Chad, you know, and it was like, come on, Otis. And, like, do you remember when, and I've used the example before, do you remember when Daniel Bryan was in the Wyatt family and people were so desperate for Daniel to break away from his abuser? And, like, people, like, were really like, come on, stand up for yourself. And the thing with the Daniel Bryan story wasn't that long, you know. Him joining the Wyatts and breaking away from the Wyatts wasn't that long of a story. You don't need loads of time to make it work. So, you know, if I could book anything, I think I'd really be trying to plant the seeds that John was really doing what he was doing because Rock has turned him that way. If he could just get away from The Rock, he could go back to being the John that we knew and loved. And I would really kind of go down that road. The problem is you might not have The Rock around, but there's no reason as to why we can't be seeing... Why can't The Rock record quick little videos that we see backstage? You could have a TV screen with John getting like a message from The Rock as The Rock's on TV telling John to do stuff, or, you know, we can see The Rock on John's phone as a message is being relayed. Like, The Rock doesn't have to be there. He can just, you know, send a message, a video message, and actually, you know, I mean, the guy's got shares in the company. The guy was a big part in this whole selling of the soul thing. It doesn't make any sense for him to just walk away now. And even if he's doing a film, he can send a message from a trailer. If he's sat in a trailer, like, you know, just waiting in between sitting, there's loads of sitting around during films. That's all you hear about is how long the days are, and there's a lot of sitting around. So record a little clip, you boomer. Do something. Use your time. So I would look to do that, and I would have him berating John, telling John that the work he's doing is not good enough. He expected more from him. You know, he had high hopes for him, all this kind of stuff. And have John go out there, berate the fans, but, like, you can see he's struggling with it. Really builds up the fact that, like, you know, come on, John, stand up for yourself type situation. I mean, it could be that there's others involved that The Rock's got. It could be a group. It could be these others are throwing a bit of shade, looking down at John. You know, if John was, like, if Austin Theory was in that group or Ethan Page was in that group or whoever, and they were relaying messages and they were telling John, like, you know, and disrespecting John, I think, you know, really build up that kind of, come on, John. Come on, John. Stand up for yourself. And then eventually he does. You know, that place would pop huge if he, like, starts laying out Theory or whoever else it was that was in this group. Imagine he snaps and he lays out Travis Scott. Imagine Travis Scott's by it standing next to him and he just can't take it anymore. Maybe Travis disrespecting him is the final straw, and he lays out Travis Scott and he lays out, like, Theory or Ethan Page or Drew or whoever's in this group with him. And he lays them out, and maybe Rock's not there and Rock's going crazy live on screen. You could have Rock live on the Titantron as he's, like, berating John for failing at something again. And John just snaps after, like, Travis pushes him or something. Lays them all out, place going crazy. The Rock losing it on the screen, like, oh my God. You know, all this kind of stuff. And, like, I would lean into something along. I always think that's a very powerful creative tool, that kind of having someone in a group that's being abused, being disrespected, that then stands up for themselves. I've seen that work time and time again. And I think something like that would work again. I also think it would be a good way of explaining why he's doing what he's doing. He's doing it because of, you know, The Rock has basically convinced him, if you wanna break that record, if you want to be champ, the only way to do it is to sell your soul to me. And listen, that's the story we've told. That's the path we were on. So why would you abandon that now? You might as well see that through. So for me, if I could book anything but like that, and that's how I would do it without The Rock being around as well. I'd rely a lot on video calls, messages, videos, stuff like this that The Rock would send in. I'd have some supporting cast so that he can be pushed physically, intimidated physically. You know, imagine some pipsqueak, someone that is below your station, below your level, yeah? John Cena, an absolute legend. Imagine some jumped up little person that's been hyped up that really believes they're the bee's knees, yeah? Maybe like a Grayson Waller or someone, you know, like someone like getting in your face, intimidating you, and you're having to just keep taking it because the message is coming from The Rock and this person thinks they're protected. And then John snaps and, yeah, that could be good. That could be good. But I don't know what they're going to do because none of that work that I'm talking about is being done. Unless it's Logan, unless Logan's going to reveal that he sold his soul to The Rock and that's going to be part of this story. I don't expect that, but, you know, that could be interesting. Imagine Logan having a go at John, saying that John's not good enough. Imagine Logan telling John he's not good enough. Yeah, and that even Logan can see that. But this isn't even coming from me. It's coming from The Rock. And he's like pushing him around and disrespecting him. Imagine the fans so desperate for John then to like, oh, just twat him one, would you? Just twat him one, John. Come on, John. So, flesh that out however you will. Put the meat on that bone. That would be something along those lines. But it's, I don't know what they're actually going to do because there is a bit of a problem. The problem is that you keep telling the fans John has never liked them. You keep telling the fans that John has always resented them. You know, John was like, you hated the spinner belts. And, I've always resented you. And like, now you've got all these heels going, I told you. Do you remember when I was feuding with John in the past and I told you he was not a good person? I knew he wasn't a good person at the time, and now you're finally seeing that. And it's like, you can't tell everyone that John has always been bad, even when he was pretending to be a good guy, because how are you going to turn him back face if he was actually never face? How are you going to convince us to like John when actually what you're doing right now is telling us that he never liked us actually in the first place? You know, they're going so hard at trying to turn him heel that you might run the risk of making it nearly impossible to turn him back face. If Logan had won that world title at Saturday night's main event because John tried to help him win that world title, I don't see any comeback from that. I don't see a comeback from that. I don't even know if I can forgive him for trying to help Logan win that title at Saturday night's main event, because there's some things you just don't F with, right? And us coming that dangerously close to Logan Paul winning a world title is borderline unforgivable in my book. Borderline unforgivable. You can't have John Cena helping Logan win a world title and then try to turn him face and hope we forget or forgive. I'm not a forgiving person. Yeah? That's it. Dead. Dead to me now. Forget you, John. Forget you. So they've got to be really careful with their booking of him as a heel if they are planning, and I think they are planning, on making him face further down the road, because there are definitely going to be some things you cannot walk back. There's definitely going to be some things that fans are not going to forgive, and helping make Logan a world champion is, I would argue, one of those things. Right, we are actually. I wish we had longer, because I feel like we've been chatting away and it's been lovely, but I don't know where the hours go. That's 2 hours, just flipping poof, gone. We've only got 40 seconds till the show starts. Michelangelo lad, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. The Jimmy J, really appreciate the support, dude. Firing in some memberships. We do our member stream on a Tuesday, so that's when we chat away, and we basically do what we do here, but you know, obviously there's a lot less people around, so we do that on a Tuesday. We also do like faction games and tag team games on Wednesday, Thursday. So we've got 3 member streams a week, but the big one that I would say, if you're a new member, Tuesday just before NXT, swing by, say hello, share your thoughts, ask your questions. We move the order around. We used to do it on a Thursday, but it makes sense to do it on a Tuesday because, you know, people like the Jimmy J are very kind in putting in their gifted memberships, and so anyone that's a new member joins on a Friday or a Monday, you haven't got long to wait till you get to the proper member stream. I would say the proper member stream, the one where we sit down and actually have conversations. That's a Tuesday. So yeah, if you did just benefit there from the Jimmy J's kindness, hopefully I'll see you Tuesday. Hopefully I'll see you before then. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully you're sticking around now as WWE is about to begin. And Nine Dog Holiday said, I wonder if this match card is a bit light because of Triple Mania. I would like to see somewhere down the line where Rey Mysterio could become the owner of AAA. That would be great, actually. That would be great. It would be great if Rey could be the owner. Hey, is Triple Mania on Sunday? Because I did not look at that. If it is, then I've got another stream that I need to set up because I was interested in that. But obviously everything is just so full on flipping WWE at the moment. Triple Mania is next weekend. Triple Mania Regia 3. The event will be held on June 15th. And will feature wrestlers from other companies. It's going to be the 46th Triple Mania. Yeah, I'm down for watching that, honestly. I'm down for watching that. So that's not this weekend. That's next weekend. I'm down for watching that. Okay, that's good. That means I haven't got to worry about that now. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Joe said, what's up, Boomer? Let's enjoy another one. Nice outfit. It's a classic. Oh, there's Alexa. So, Joe, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Same with you, Billy, as well, buds. I will get to your comment in a second. We're just seeing the wrestlers arrive. Here's Boobs. I mean, Stephanie. Here's Stephanie. Stephanie's arrived. And there's Mother. Mother has arrived. Or Motter, maybe. Yeah. Coffee cup's been chucked. There is Giulia. Have you noticed how these people are walking, but they seem to be coming from like really weird places? Like Roxanne's coming from a door, but the door's closed behind her, so she hasn't just walked through the door. And like Giulia was just walking from a van, but she hasn't got out of the van. Like I don't know why. They're trying to make it look like they're just arriving, but it's quite clear that they're not. Here's Seth and the new group. Okay, so Seth... there was Triple H. Obviously sat by the monitor as this new group come walking through. Gorilla. Okay, let's go. Let's go, kings and queens. Okay, Seth in blue. Yeah, it was a really good spot, actually. The person, I can't remember who it was, but it was spotted that whatever colour Seth wears, they tend to have the screen match it. So Seth is in blue, and the screen, the Seth Titantron is also, and the graphics and everything are also in blue. Seth making his way down to the ring. Billy says, hi, Wrestling Daze. Hello, Billy. I think El Grande is going to win Money in the Bank. Okay. Chad Gable is going to try and cash in, but he can't because everyone doesn't think he's the same person. CM Punk could beat him backstage, put on the mask, and then cash the contract in on Cena. Oof. Well, that's interesting. What wouldn't the history book show that El Grande was champion, though? Oof. That's an interesting story, isn't it? So Chad pretends to be El Grande, wins Money in the Bank, but actually someone else in the El Grande costume cashes in and then basically claims that they were El Grande all along. Obviously they weren't, and Chad is basically cheated. I tell you what... that's a hell of a story. That's a hell of a story. I am not down on that. I don't know actually how I feel about that. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if I love it or if it's a bit too convoluted. But it's a hell of a story. Billy, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down there. CM Punk chants breaking out. CM Punk chants breaking out. How would we feel about that? Did I explain that well? Bakersfields. Here's Seth. Put Heyman in Fortnite. The Cena shirts look quite good this week. They looked really good. I think that's the best one I've seen so far on the farewell tour. It's white rather than like a bright colour. It's white with like a yellow centre. Yeah, I really like the Cena shirt for this. Points up at the Money in the Bank briefcase. Shawn Michaels is in the crowd, said Jake. Is he? Or is it someone that looks like him? So he's talking about how powerful he's going to be. Hello, Alex. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, Seth, but that briefcase is going to the Gulf of America, said Wrestling Russ. Cena's attire is based on Lakers, said Cadet. Ah. I know they're yellow. Is that... Are they white? They're not white, are they? The yellow bit would... I mean, that makes sense. So, CM Punk... Oh, yeah, I just saw the outline of the yellow is purple. I see it now. Oh, and I see the font as well. Yeah, you bang on. It looks great. I think it's the best one. Certainly if I lived there as well and I was a Lakers fan. Oh. I wish it said John Cena rather than last time, though. You know? I'd rather it was a John Cena shirt. Why would you want to wear a Cena shirt that says last time? Sami Zayn stood in our way and we put him in the dirt. Guy in the front row is wearing a Giulia shirt. Looks great. Roman gets a mention. Roman stood in our way. OTC chants. Roman's not coming to save you. He doesn't care about you. He's never cared about you. Do you know who has? Seth freaking Rollins. Sean said, Daze, if El Grande was taken out, I would rather it be Cross that did it. Okay. Every time Logan looks up his mouth, there is beep coming out of it, said Stone Cold Fella. There's nobody that can stop me. Well, this is interesting because Seth says there's nobody that can stop me. And Solo's coming out. Solo in a red suit. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? This is interesting. Bronson, Braun, Seth, and here's Jacob, JC, and Solo. And listen, Heyman knows all about Solo. Heyman's got history with Solo. There's going to be no love lost here. Low key, Solo, turning up the emotes, turning up the fun, turning up the goofiness, wearing a bright red suit. I am honestly not down on. I think that actually Solo is showing a bit of character, showing a bit of personality. And actually, we've seen him turn the emotes up in recent months. When he's in matches and he's like, all this kind of stuff. You might see some of it here as well. But here he is. Look, he could be wearing a sharp black suit. He isn't. Bright red for Solo. Bright red. Look at this face to face. Absolutely awesome. Fatu chance. You said we're standing here right now. You said no one was going to stop you. We're standing here right now. Is that so? Yes. Yes, it is. Looks like you got a little bloodline going on. Are you meant to be Jey Uso? He looks at Braun. Are you meant to be right-hand man Jey? Yeets. You? Are you meant to be the honorary use? So he's saying we teamed up at War Games and now you know Call and you show up with him. Long time. No see, he says to Heyman. Choose your next words very carefully. What a great segment. God, look at him. Look at the emotes. Go on, Solo. I'm going to grab that contract. All that power and control, it's all going to be mine. Who's the baddest man in that ring? It's Jacob, isn't it? Jacob's the correct answer. It's not Braun. Mate, Jacob's the baddest man in that ring, and it's not even close. Do you feel threatened because Big Bronson Reed could squish you like a bug? Your own family would rather stab you in the back than have your back. If I'm Jacob, Jacob shouldn't be putting up with this. Fatu chance. Looks like you want to say something. What's the... Oh, mate! We could come up with a new nickname for Jacob. How about Solo's... And Solo's like, ignore that, ignore that, ignore that. That's a good line, innit? That's a great line. I'm threatened a little bit by one Fatu in this ring, but it ain't you, Solo. Jeff Cobb. Poor Jeff Cobb's just standing there. Shirts are, jackets going off. Bron Breakker steps over. Bron Breakker stepping up to Solo. Jacob stepping up to Bron Breakker. Now we're cooking. Jacob and Bron face to face. Look at Solo in the background. Emoting. Seth coming in, trying to calm Bron down. Trying to come in, trying to step up to Jacob. I mean, this whole segment has really focused and highlighted Jacob as being the threat. Seth saying that he's worried about one Fatu and it's not Solo. And it looks like they're going to try and de-escalate right now. But that was a really good open. And actually, look at Jacob. Look at Bron. That is definitely a match we can get in the future. That is definitely a match that we can build towards. Very, very captivating. Seeing Seth's group go face-to-face with Solo's group. And Solo is so much better now. He does all the emotes and everything. So much more captivating. Good open. Oh, from behind! Jimmy! Boom! I wish Jimmy would join this group, you know. I wish Jimmy would come home. Smile on the face of Seth. Jimmy is going to be taking on JC next. Yeah, I want I want Jimmy to join that group because I think Jimmy on his own is he's struggling. I mean, we might be able to find something for him, but we ain't found anything yet. And I don't think we're going to find anything as good as Yeet. And so he's, you know, if he stays face, he's always going to be in Jay's shadow. I'm confused. Who is the heel group? They're both heel groups. They're both heel groups, but they're also both badasses. So it's a little bit like, do you remember when Judgment Day and Bloodline were confronting each other? And actually we got told that it was a Heyman or a Roman master plan and all this kind of stuff. So, you know, we do these occasions where we have these kind of heel groups kind of squaring off against each other or, you know, facing each other. And really, it's just, they're badasses. They're just it's a ring full of badasses. And it would be a badass kind of feud. It's not something I think WWE would particularly do. I think if they did it, they would probably lean Jacob into being the face. If you do Jacob against Braun, you'd have Jacob kind of just murking Braun murking Jacob. There'd probably be outside interference. You would just try and lean into them being badasses rather than them being faces or heels. But technically both groups are heels, yes. They don't bother bringing in other Money in the Bank competitors. Well, they are all here tonight, Jag. So we are expecting to see them all tonight on the show. Expecting to see them all competing. Or not competing, but being in the ring. So JC is about to get us underway. And I don't know if we're at commercial break right now. We might be, but certainly on Netflix, we're staying with the action, and it is going to be JC against Jimmy. JC versus Jimmy. Obviously, Joe and Wade on commentary. No R-Truth signs. Not that I've seen. See Solo on the outside. Like, he's like, it's all right. Limber up. Mate, Solo is low-key growing on me. He's gone. We've gone from studying the fall of Solo to now witnessing the rebirth. And I think there is a rebirth that's currently going on. JC getting out the ring there and Solo going over to him like, it's all right. Yeah, just limber up. Yeah, just, you know, take your time. And when he does that, where he drops his arms, and like, I think like there's things like that. If you think about how successful the EO emote has been, I think it's wise for Solo to just have a little repertoire of some of his own. The thing is as well, like you could say, yeah, but he's meant to be this scary leader. He's meant to be this badass. Like he shouldn't be joking around. But if you think about the Joker, and you think about like how the Joker in Batman would like joke around and have fun, whatever. But like, you know, when it was time for business, he like turned it on and he, you know, did what was needed. I think with Solo, you know, in these promos, he can joke around because basically he's not intimidated. He's not scared. He's not intimidated. He's having some fun. When that bell rings, you know, I mean, he'll go back to being the Street Fighter. He'll go back to show him why he jokes around. He jokes around because he knows he can, when the bell rings, back it up. I'm okay. Honestly, I'm okay with how we're presenting him. I'm down for exploring it. I feel like there's been a definite conversation there. Chop coming in there by Jimmy. Final Boomer, hello. Said I'm a bit late here. Chilling while my husband is at hospital. Freaking out, so I need my Daze community. Final Boomer, I'm sorry to hear that your partner's going through a bit of a rough spell if they're over in hospital. I hope everything's okay. You'll have to give us an update. Daze, JC is built like a real-life Hasbro figure. Yeah, God, you're right. He is, isn't he? Like, yeah, I can see that. He'd make one of those, a great one of those, like the superstar figures. I love those. I got some new ones in the post the other day. WWE Superstars. They're the Walmart exclusives. They've just released Iron Sheik, Great Muta, who else? Diesel, and Zeus. And they're available from Wrestling Shop, and I buy mine from Wrestling Shop. I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that. I haven't spoke to Wrestling Shop for a long time, actually. But, you know, I started doing bits with Wrestling Shop because genuinely I was a customer of theirs. And I still am. So that's why, like, for me, it was great working with those guys. Hopefully, again, in the future, we can do something. But, yeah, it was good to get those in the post the other day. It's not the same, though. I mean, it's not the same as toy hunting for figures, but I do love those WWE Superstars figures. I think they're so fun. Right, I think are we back yet? Tiffy time coming up tonight. How is JC? Another relative of the bloodline. JC is not a member of the Anoa'i family, no. I think that actually neither is Tama or Tongaloa. They're the sons of Haku, and Haku is not a member of the family. So this isn't a bloodline like Roman's bloodline. But it is with Solo and Jacob. They're related. But no, I don't believe Jeff is part of the family. Headlock being applied here by JC. Why do we sleep on Seth? He's one of the best. Only Roman and Cody is on his level, says King Loon. I think, to be honest, Seth is a good talent, but I think that his a presentation can kind of overshadow how good he is in the ring. So he's a great worker that can put on great matches, but you know, obviously him coming out dressing like a goof is what people tend to talk about more so. I wish that I like him wearing outlandish clothes because makes him stand out, right? I'm totally not down on it. But I think if you're going to wear outlandish clothes that make you look stupid, that make you look silly, I find that to be counterproductive. I don't find that to be like the right way forward. He could wear outlandish stuff that actually looks kind of good. He could wear outlandish stuff that actually you go, do you know what? I would never wear that, but respect. You know, but instead it just seems like he goes to charity shops, just finds anything and chucks it all together. Like, it's just so random stuff and it just doesn't really look very good. And that, it's a big distraction. But yeah, I mean, look, in regards to him cutting his promos and having matches, he's a great talent. But I do think the clothing and all of that stuff distracts. I also think this current visionary character is not as great as his Monday Night Rollins character. So I think like I'd take Architect and I would take Monday Night Rollins over this current incarnation. Dropkick as Jimmy goes to the outsides. All Game said, Daze, hope you're doing well. Do we think we will see a Wyatt's message? I think we do. I could see them eventually going after Solo's group. Well, I think we could get a Wyatt message. I hope it's something more than just them attacking the tag teams. They could eventually go after the group, but it doesn't look like it's going to be now. Nikki is very focused on Candice. JC hurling Jimmy into the barricades. God, we came back from commercial break and now we're back to commercial again. I don't feel like that was much of a segment at all. Referee counting away as Jimmy is being smashed off the edge of the ring. In the ring goes Jimmy. So, yeah, All Game 17. I could see them going after this group eventually, but I don't think it's at the moment. Kicks coming in there by JC. All I can see now is a real-life Hasbro figure wrestle with Andy. I totally see what you're saying. I totally see what you're saying. Right now, Jimmy over by the ropes. Naomi should be part of the new bloodline, said official MB Me. Chad said, how long till Braun is world champ? I think he's the whole package. Well, I mean, I think it might be a little wait just because Seth has set his sights on being world champion first. So that means that Braun's probably going to have to wait a little bit. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a wait. But Yeah, I think, you know, he's definitely going to be a multiple-time world champion. I think promo-wise, we haven't heard much in the way of, like, promos in ring. I think there's a bit of a question around his kind of charisma. I think his presentation's good. Obviously, the barking and the way they kind of try to calm him down whenever someone's stepping up to him because they're worried about him losing it. His explosiveness, his athleticism, his power, his look. I mean, he ticks so many boxes. I do wish he was a little bit taller. I do wish he doesn't hit me the same as Brock did. I don't think he was the baddest person in the ring. I think that was Jacob. But yeah, he could go on to be a multiple-time world champion, definitely. But it seems like Seth wants to get that belt first. And I don't see Braun being WWE champion anytime soon. That's quite a jump. That is the belt. If you think about who's held that belt, it's Brock, it's Roman, it's Cody, it's Cena. Do you know what I mean? They're not giving that to, you know, just anyone. Oh, look at it. Solo on the outside. He's kind of going through the move with JC there. It's like, this is how you do it, like this. Oh, you really wrench it in, yeah. Jacob's coming over. Jacob's actually looking at Solo for some reason. I don't know why. Joe said, is there any plans for any Daze shirts? Well, there's a couple of answers to that. One, yes, there's plans for merch. I was saying actually on our member stream yesterday that June is a really bad month for me because, oh, lovely standing moonsault by JC. My dad has just retired. So, you know, now all those jobs he's been putting on hold for years are now all of a sudden like, okay, come and help me with this, come and help me with this. And so it's kind of like a bit tricky at the moment because there's just bits, loads of stuff now that he's back that we're doing. JC, kick his ass, is not done yet, says Solo. So one of the jobs I'm going to get him to do is merch, but I'm not a mark for myself. So, like, I'm not really interested in putting Wrestling Days on the shirts. But I don't know. We could have a conversation about what could go on them, but I'm not anywhere close to having that conversation yet. But yeah, once we move to the second part of the year, yes. Oh. Nice Samoan drop by Jimmy. Right now we got Jacob down. We're back from commercial break, so I've got to think this match is going to reach the business end of things as JC is on his feet. Nice shot coming in there by Jimmy. Bang, nice headbutt there by Jimmy, coming in with a super kick, lands it, goes down, boom, another big shot. Goes against the ropes, picks him up, has got him on his shoulders, lands on his feet, kick to the midsection, shot coming in there by JC, spinning him round. Nice enziguri kick as JC wobbles his way over to the corner. Right now, we've got chop coming in there by Jimmy. And again, going over the other side goes Jimmy as JC comes in, back elbow. Jimmy is climbing up. Jimmy up, coming down on JC. JC goes down. 1, 2. Kick out there by JC. Joe said we're interested on you putting Daze on shirts. Well, we can talk about it. We'll cover it. Perhaps what I might do is a couple of options. I am not interested in that personally, but I understand that people in the community might want to show support to the channel. But I don't know. In my mind right now, I'd probably, if I was going to do something like that, just have a little logo in the corner, nice plain shirt, something that's like, I don't know. Something like that. I'd want something small but classy. But I might do another one that's like, doesn't say Wrestling Days. I'd be a bit more interested in that. I did have some shirts before, and they didn't have real Wrestling Days on them at all. Because I'm not interested. I just want like some cool looking shirts, really. Some shirts that I think look like, yeah, I'd wear that down the pub. That's the test. That's always the test. Would I wear this down the pub? Would I be happy to wear this out? And I think there's too many times where like WWE don't ask themselves that question. Will people actually willingly wear this out in public? There's a lot of bad shirts out there. Look how far away JC is. That's going to have to be one hell of a jump by Jimmy. Jacob on the edge of the ring. Jimmy and Jacob getting in each other's faces. Oh, no! That's a problem, too! Oh, it's a bigger problem because Jimmy wins. JC collides into Jacob. Oh, look at him. Look at Jacob. Yeah, this is a big problem. This is a big problem. Solo's like, calm down, calm down. Jimmy has won because JC just knocked into Jacob. And now these two, you cost me the match. Jacob's going to walk away. You cost me the match. Get in here, says JC. God is brave. I tell you what, if Solo loses Jacob, that's a massive, massive problem. He's the problem, not me. I think Jacob is going to be leaving this group, but oh God, if you're Solo, you do not want that to happen because you do not easily replace Jacob. Jacob might be one of the baddest men in all of WWE. Where do you find a replacement like that? I mean, maybe Bronson Reed, but even Bronson's not Jacob level. And he's already in a group. Okay, Giulia again. You have made your intentions very clear. Bumping into Zelina. I've worked my ass off to get this. I like you. You're confident? Bit awkward just having Giulia stand there as Zelina walks away, but hey, here's Chelsea. Okay, let's get a Bakersfield brawl. That's a hell of a top that Chelsea's wearing, in it. We've got some side boob. We've got some side boob, kids. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so we have been seeing Chelsea kind of doing some videos where she has been losing her mind. And we might see that continue here. Side boob. Midnight said Alba is fire. I honestly didn't see that anyone else was there, but Chelsea just. I saw Chelsea. I don't know that anyone else came walking out. Tonight only, free shipping on qualifying orders. Where are the pervs? Said Cringe Wolf. We're here. We've united into one community. We are here. Talking of pervs, LS Dub. There are several gears that Jeff can still shift up, and we've only seen tiny flashes of what he can actually do. The issue is matchmaking. The 6-man tag would have tapped into exponentially more. Or is he just mid? Is he just mid? Alistair, do you need to admit that Jeff is actually not that good? Yeah? There's WWE and then everyone else. And if you're good in New Japan, you know, when you take that massive step up to WWE, when, like, you know, this is where we separate the men from the boys, you know, all of a sudden then you might not be able to swim. in the deep waters as well as you could in the shallow end. Do you think it's that, Elistub? Please respond. Vikings Wolf said, how do we feel about R-Truth possibly returning to NWA or TNA, reprising his more serious side, said Vikings Wolf. Yeah, we touched on it earlier. I don't mind that at all. I think it's going to be hard for him to completely abandon the comedy stuff because that's kind of what he's known for and that's what people tuning in will want to see. So I think it's going to be very difficult to just now abandon that. But I think like he's got to do what's right for him. You know, he's kind of given us... He could walk away now. If he retired now, I don't think anyone would be that shocked. If he was to be like, I've had a great run, I've kind of reached the end of the road, I'd like to explore music or something, people would be like, get it, totally understand. So if he's going to stay in wrestling, I think it's something that he should do that he loves, that he wants to achieve, and maybe that is just doing more of what he's been doing. Or maybe it is tapping more into a serious side. That's all going to be something that's going to have to be discussed, though, because if he signs with TNA, they're probably going to want him doing comedy because that's what he's known for. So he would have to make it very clear, I don't want to do that. I want to be more serious. I want to be presented this way instead and blah, 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 blah. So I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind giving it a go and seeing what it looks like. I don't watch TNA anyway, so, you know, do what you want. But, yeah, I think for him, do what makes you happy. You don't owe anyone anything. So do what makes you happy. And who knows, he might have like a really fun run. Could be a good... The other issue, though, is that at his age, is he going to be able to have loads of matches and loads of hard-hitting matches? Or, you know, is his body capable of that? Don't know. Don't know. Only he knows. It's going to be very interesting to see what he does next. James said it's LS Dub that's catching strays this time. Yeah, I need to find someone new. I can't keep picking on you, James. I will happily pick on LS Dub. That's no problem whatsoever. I actually enjoy it. Here's Damien. Here's Damien. What you're going through, I've been there. At some point, I'm coming for your US Championship, and look at Shinsuke in the background. Lurking like a lurker. Shinsuke Jacob. Yararamin. Yararamin. Right, here's Chelsea. God, that top is just clinging on by a prayer. And probably double-sided tape. Okay, here's Zelina. Big conversation around Zelina's music, you know, online. Zelina keeps having to defend it, saying that she loves it. But enough people keep coming online going, it sucks. Whoop, 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 whoop. Here's Zelina. Ellis Stubbs said, I think that Wrestling Daze is delusional with statements like that. Oh, what, you like the music? Ellis Stubbs a big fan of Selena Vega's music. I think it's a bit mid, personally. But, you know, to each their own. Okay, Zelina in the ring. She is going to be taking on Piper. Daze, I'll be at Money in the Bank tomorrow. Let's just say, yes, tickets are expensive, but to see that happiness on my 9-year-old son face is worth all the money in the world. P.S. Damn, Chelsea. Well, hey, some up for your son tomorrow, but some up for you today. That's how it works. That's how it's working. So, I hope you have the best time, my friends. I hope your son has a fantastic time as well. It's always lovely hearing from people that are actually going to be at the shows. So, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you have a fantastic time. Here's Piper. Boom! With a kendo. Walloping Zelina. Walloping Piper. Zelina to the midsection. And again. Absolutely unloading. Headbutt there by Piper. Zelina. On her feet, going over. Here's Piper grabbing Zelina, looking for a... Got her on the shoulders. No, Zelina lands on her feet. She's going back to the kendo. Boom! Another shot to the midsection. Chelsea on the outside, interacting with the crowd. Double knees by Zelina. It's so disappointing, isn't it, when people, like, change their gimmick, or, like, you know, Piper now is kind of aligned with Chelsea. And as a result, Piper now just as seemingly has forgotten how to wrestle. Before, she used to be a badass. You know, she wouldn't win all the matches, but she'd give a good account of herself. Now, she's forgotten how to wrestle. Stomped there by Zelina. Ganlin, hello, but do we think that Seth could have joined Bloodline after Sammy? If he did join, would he challenge Roman? How great would it have been if Seth had joined the Bloodline group? Would have took a hell of a lot of explaining. Hell of a lot of explaining. Those two do not like each other. All you keep hearing about is how Seth and Roman... Seth has said, though, that he actually loves Roman, and he'll always love him because of them coming in the business together, like, you know, the Shield and everything, but he can't stand him. Ah, man. Basement crossbody there by Piper, colliding into Zelina. Show some respect. You're all sitting on your asses, says Chelsea. So, yeah, I think it would have took some explaining, but actually bringing him in would have been very interesting, but I think it would have been super obvious that they would have turned on each other eventually. It would have been, like, crazy obvious that that would be going in that direction. Because there's no way there's no way Steph's taking orders from Roman. So the dynamic of that group would have been really problematic. I mean, I like him coming in because, like, it would have been a shock moment. It would have been a big surprise. Piper was grabbing a table, but she's decided against it because the fans want it. And she's laughing. So she was going to grab a table, but she's like, nah, the fans want it, so I'm not going to bother. Instead, she's grabbing a couple of chairs. So chairs are coming in. Right, they should secretly sign Truth back, and he keeps turning up and having to be told, Truth, you don't work here anymore. He could then try and hide in a hot dog cellar, says Adam. Zelina going into the barricades. William said, would WWE be smart to add a segment for a Miz type program weekly? Who would we most like hosting such a thing? William, that's a great shout, honestly. And yeah, I think there is a need for something like that. I think Miz TV was fine. It was just a bit predictable that guests would come on, be insulted, and it got a bit repetitive. But no, I think you could get away with a segment. And actually, I'm going to dial back again to what I said earlier about, like, musical guests and announcements and celebrities being on. And if you had a wrestler hosting a segment that could introduce that, and not every week, just once in a while doing something like that. Some weeks they will speak to the wrestlers, but, you know, don't make it as repetitive. Don't make it like it was where Miz TV all the time was guest comes on, gets insulted, leads to match type situation. Or leads to brawl. You know, mix it up and have celebrities on there instead, and, you know, make it feel like it's a show within a show. Give it a little bit of time each week, and I don't know. I feel like Grayson would be quite well placed for that. He obviously has his own talk show. It wouldn't even have to be a heel. Just anyone that's really charismatic, like Chelsea would be great. Imagine if Chelsea had a weekly segment. the green room. Oof. One Meteora there by Zelina. Daze, what do we think? Jimmy seems to suffer on his own, but Jey in a tag match. Is it a lack of character? Lack of in-ring, says James. James, shout out to you. I think, honestly, Jimmy's strength is comedy. It seems like Piper just abandoned that pin. I think Jimmy's strength is comedy. I think is a really... everything you hear about Jimmy is that he's funny. If ever you ask Roman or Jey or anyone who's the funniest in the family, they'll all say Jimmy. But I don't think we found a way of really getting that across. I think if he's going to be a babyface, leaning into that would make sense. They actually tried leaning into that during his entrance by having him talk as he was coming to the ring, and it didn't work. I think he's funny in situations where he can bounce off other people, which says to me he's going to be good in a faction, in a group. But on his own, he might struggle a little bit because there won't be really anyone to bounce off apart from his opponents. So I think that, to be honest with you, he doesn't have the yeet catchphrase. He hasn't been given the big presentation that Jey has. I don't think he's going for the cool vibe that Jey's gone for. Jey, you know, with the grill, the fade and the haircut, you know, coming through the crowd, yeeting, just sort of like the glasses, the look, the vibe, everything's cool. Jey's cool. People like Jey. He yeets, he's cool. He's not funny, but he's cool. And the thing with Jimmy is that he's not cool. I don't think they've got across that he's funny. Oh, Piper DDT'd into a chair. Zelina trying to get the pin, but Piper rolls out the ring, goes to the outside. So I think the problem with Jimmy is, what is he? What are we hanging our hat on? He doesn't have a catchphrase. He keeps using yeet. He doesn't have a special entrance. We're not leaning into him being funny. I don't think we've leaned into him being cool. There's just nothing there to hang your hat on, is there? What do you hang your hat on? Zelina moonsault into the outside, taking out all three of Chelsea and the Hervis. So I think we need clarity there. We need to hang our hat on something. We need something to get our teeth into. This is why I think let's turn him heel, because if you're going to keep him face, he's probably going to be compared to Jey, and I don't think that's going to be a fun comparison, because you know, Jey is so over, so popular. Maybe Jimmy being jealous of that might be the play. Maybe Jimmy struggling with that might be the play. I know we've kind of already done that, but maybe keep them apart. He's going up, she's going for a big code red off the top. She's going to code red. Piper goes over. Ooh, oh my God, I really thought Piper was landing on Zelina then. Going for the pin. One. No. Alba makes the save. Outside interference. It is a street fight, though. It is a street fight. So Chelsea beating up. She's saying, this is my moment. She's really screaming and shouting and struggling. Alba, get the tables! Alba's getting the tables. Okay, so the tables are being brought out right now. Got a table being introduced to the ring. We haven't actually seen the front of the table. I'm wondering... Oh, lovely driver on the outside. I'm wondering if it's going to have the Slim Jim logo on like had been reported. Whether they've actually started doing that yet. So the table is upside down. I'm thinking when you turn it around, it might have the logo on as a bit of a reveal. Let's have a look. They've turned it over. We haven't seen the top of it yet. Aerial shot, maybe? Piper getting into the ring. Oh, it does have the Slim Jim logos on. It's either end of the table. So it is there. It's just on the ends of the table. It's not in the middle. It's not in the center. Here's Giulia. Giulia through the crowds. Takes down Chelsea. Right now, Piper about to go through this table. So the Slim Jim logo, either end, Giulia popping up with a kendo. Boom! To Piper. And again, through the table. Zelina's going to get the win. And she does. She does. Snap into a Slim Jim table. There we go. Piper down. Zelina gets the win. And that was thanks to Giulia interfering. Giulia, who has set her sights on Zelina, on that United States Championship. Kind of interesting that she would help Zelina there. But perhaps it's a good strategy, actually. Perhaps it's a good strategy. Perhaps it wins her some favour. She steps in. Look, she's here to celebrate. Zelina looks confused. But after... Oh! Headbutt! Oh, my God! It was a strategy. It was a strategy to catch her off guard. Boom! Oh, God! She swerves Zelina and me. She plants Zelina, laughs at her. And it feels like this is probably what we're doing with Giulia after Money in the Bank, which is why I don't think she wins at Money in the Bank. I think she'll be focused on the mid-card. I think someone else will carry that briefcase. But lovely little swerve there. Well done. Well done, everyone. Well done. Okay, we're backstage with Jey. Yeet. Here's Cody. Here's Cody. We're almost an hour done here with this. You look good. Oh my God, look at him flirting. You look good. Here's Jimmy, Big Jim, Jimbo. Big title match Monday. I want the yeet man. Yeet him when it's time to yeet. The only thing we need to worry about is what John and Logan have got to say tonight. Okay. Yeet. Aleister Black promo. I can't let it go. I can't let it go, he says. You stole something from me. It does not sit well with me. I can't figure out what they're going to do with this match. No Shinsuke. No relaxed rules. Just you and me. If you beat me, I will look you in the eyes and I will shake your hand. That's actually a bit of a nothing match, but a match that I'm quite interested in because I don't quite know how they're going to book this. I'm quite interested to see how they're going to book this. Because LA Knight's in Money in the Bank tomorrow. I don't think you give him the loss. But do you really want Aleister losing in a singles match after only recently coming back? I don't think you want to do that either. Interesting. Ellis Stubb said Aleister Black is a great character. King Yeti, hello, my friend. Said maybe Jimmy's gimmick could be Slim Jim. Slim Jim? Oh, imagine that. Don't give him ideas. It can't be that long until we have wrestlers running around as flipping sponsors. You know, Slim Jim and them trying to make fun of it. And if you like it, I like it, King Yeti. I have to legally, but yeah, let's try and not give them ideas. I don't think it's going to take much for TKO to get us to that level where the people are having nicknames after corporations. Daze with Seth costing Punk every opportunity for a championship match, Rumble, Chamber, now Money in the Bank. Punk could very well cost Seth the Money in the Bank. What are your thoughts? I completely agree. Some people are wondering if it's going to be... Oh, we froze Ed. Some people are... Oh, give me a second. We're at commercial break anyway. I know you can still hear me, but whenever this happens, I just have to close the software and reload it. So I will be a moment and I will answer your question. So give me 1 second. There we go. We should be back now. Hopefully you can see this and we are back. I don't know why it does that. That's a little issue that just strikes once in a while. And I don't know if it's like a memory thing or what it is. Yeah, I don't know I don't know how to fix that. That's one that's a bit of a... I don't know how to fix that. It's just started doing it this year where it'll just freeze, and I know the fix for it. The fix is I just have to shut... It's like OBS crashes, which is the software I use. It's like that freezes, that crashes. But it can't, because you can still hear the audio. So I don't really understand. But anyway... That's for me to worry about. In regards to the answer to your question, will Punk get involved? Yes, he absolutely could. He could get involved and he could cost Seth. That would make sense. Of course, Roman could come back and Roman could get involved and Roman could cost Seth as well. There's plenty of people. Sammy could get involved. We know that Braun and Bronson are going to try and help Seth. So, I mean, there's plenty of people that can cost Seth. There's plenty of people that can help Seth. It's going to make it very interesting. Through the carnage, through the madness, will Seth emerge with that briefcase? Or will it end up on someone else? I think Seth's got to be favourite because he's the biggest name in the match. But I won't be shocked if he doesn't win it. Because I think there's a lot of moving parts there. A lot of moving parts. Right, we're coming back from commercial break. Mackenzie said Charlotte could have a talk show and it could be called Queen's Court. She could. The only thing with Charlotte is she's not the most popular of people. She's not. She doesn't really bring. People don't feel like a warmth towards it. But then saying that, I don't think people feel a warmth towards Grayson Waller. So you could maybe put Charlotte in that position. Right, here's LA Knight. We're going to do the LA Knight Aleister Black match. And this should be interesting. Right, we need to do a poll as well, don't we? We need to do a poll for that last match. So let's get match score. What did you think about Zelina versus... What did you think about Zelina versus Piper? Okay, LA Knight has made his way down. We're done with the first hour. LA Knight versus... I never know how you spell Aleister. I have no idea. I keep looking at it, and it just won't stay in my mind. There's I's and E's, and do you put them before the T, and what do you put after the T, and is it an A? Maybe it's Aleister. I don't know, and I don't know how I remember it. I don't know how I get it to stay in my mind. Do you know, I used to have that problem with the name Michael. I never knew if it was EA or AE, and then I realised, remember the alphabet, A comes before E. And that's the trick I use to remember how to spell Michael. Because sometimes I would go E-A-L. But it's not, it's A-E-L. Just a fun fact. Shout out to all you Michaels out there. But yeah, I used to work with some Michaels. I could never remember, like, if I was doing the rotor, which way round to put the letters. I think I'm just simple. But I've got the same issue with Alistair. I just can't remember it. Mackenzie said, what about LA Knight having a talk show? Yeah, let's go. That's a great suggestion. He's a great talker. I could see that. Are we at commercial break? Because he's actually saying now he's doing a little promo. I'm not satisfied. Oh no, I think this is the show. We know Penta's going to do everything under the sun to try and reach up and get that case. Okay, there's a few people we like a little bit. I thought we were going to do a segment where we were going to put loads of people in. Steve said Alistair starts with ale. Ah. Okay, maybe I could remember it that way. It starts with ale. I can remember ale. Yeah, mentally I need little tricks like that. It's a bit sad, really. Alistair. I could maybe remember that. It starts with ale. Okay, he's talking about the dummies. LA Knight, I don't get him at all, said Trippy Gary. Jim said LA Knight had a talk show in TNA. Makes sense. It makes total sense. He's a very confident talker. He's a good talker. Actually think that would really help him, because I feel like there's something missing with LA Knight. I feel like what's missing with LA Knight is maybe we don't see him on a regular basis, hear from him on a regular basis. Sometimes he just has like a match or backstage little thing, or if he was to be on TV talking every week, given a microphone, given a few moments to every week say something and introduce guests and kind of be in the mix, that might be a big help for him. Might help a few more people feel connected. Yeah. Yeah. LA Knight needs to go to Raw to get maximum exposure, says Paul. Wrestling said, imagine if $1 Million Man won Money in the Bank during the golden era. It would have been perfect. That would have been great. He'd say something like, I don't need to win Money in the Bank because I've already got plenty. But yeah, him winning that. God, yeah, it's true, isn't it? Imagine some of the fun we could have had with some of the current gimmicks during the golden era. Who would have won the Money in the Bank back then? What Hell in a Cell matches would we have done? Pretty standard promo. Lights out. Lights out. Here we go. Jason said you make perfect sense of LA Knight Daze. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like him. And he's over. I do feel like there's something missing, though. And as we said, maybe it is just a bit inconsistency. Perhaps some of the feuds creative has not been the most captivating. Put him in some better, more engaging situations. You'll get more out of him. Having him around celebrities, other wrestlers, introducing them, being on TV, talking each week, kind of make him feel a bit more present, more relevant. Another tender party. Fall into something you never done. Mate, I need to get this on my playlist. It's not on my playlist, and I need to get it on there. This is, isn't this Code Orange or whatever they were called? Do you know, I've never listened to them as a group. Do I need to listen to them? I feel like I might need to. I don't have any American metalcore in my life. So perhaps I need to get some metalcore going. Because I love this track. This track's so good. Have they got any good albums? Have they got an album full of bangers like this? This could be the best thing they ever did. The best album for Code Orange is called Underneath. Underneath is what everyone's saying is the one to get. Underneath. Came out in 2020. Code Orange have become one of my favourite metal acts. Their growth as artists and songwriters with a unique blend of genres such as metalcore, hardcore punk, industrial metal, and even some alternative and sludge metal make them the band to keep the eye out for. They are exceptionally talented. I feel it would be fun to rank each of their albums. So, Underneath in first place, Forever in second place, The Above in third place, and then others. Yeah, I might check that out, you know. I might check out their Underneath album. I'm going to do it, guys. I'm going to do it. I'm going to check it out. I'm putting it on my playlist. Okay, we are underway then. Aleister Black against LA Knights. Daze, you need to do a deep dive into metalcore so that it can melt your face off. Well, I am not afraid of stepping into such a world. There is no fear, but I don't know that it's a world that is going to massively resonate with me because I'm not like a metalhead at all. But I used to work in a music store, as everyone knows, in an entertainment store, so being exposed to lots of different kinds of music is pretty normal for me. And there's plenty of metal that I do enjoy. But it's never been my favourite. And I've never dabbled with Code Orange. But I do love that track, though. It is a great... It's got to be... Oh, God. Is it the best current theme in WWE? Entrance theme. What's the best current entrance theme? What do you think your favourite current entrance theme is? Pop it in the chat because honestly, Aleister Black might be mine. Aleister Black might be mine. Let's pop that down there. Tiffany's. Oh, really? Vikings Wolf said, I'm not going to lie. I think even Black's theme from AEW would have been badass for WWE to have gone with. Well, I cannot recall it because I don't watch AEW, so I didn't see loads of House of Black and whatever, but I could believe that it was a banger. I'm sure this is an untapped world. I don't know that we have gone into the metalcore world enough when it comes to entrance themes. But this is a dub. EO's is a banger, said Dr. Luchalala. Fatu's is great, said Davids. AJ's is great. I agree. Shatter, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. I get Hawaiian Crush vibes from Jimmy at the moment. Not good, said Catherine. Rhea Ripley's theme, CM Punk's theme. Metal Mama, hello. Hope you're well. Have to listen to it before bed. Rhea, said Jesse. Roman's theme, says Joe. I miss Roman's old theme, says Aki. Kingdom, said Flying Scoot. Do you know what? Considering it gets sung all the time, not much love for Seth's. Not seeing Seth's get mentioned. Although Thika said, I blast Seth's in the car. Can't lie. Yeah, I don't I never really play any themes, honestly. I think, to be honest, we watch so much wrestling that you know, honestly, outside of doing the streams, obviously I could do Unseen and keep up to date with the news, but really I think outside of that I probably don't have much appetite for then like listening to wrestling themes. So I will probably get not tired of Alistair's, but like I'll get to a point where it's not maybe hitting quite as it is at the moment. It's nice to hear it again. Bianca's got a good theme. Got to give Bianca credit. I like hers. I loved hers when I first heard it, but like what I'm saying now, it's kind of settled down a little. I'm sure Alistair's will as well. KO's is great, said Wrestling Russ. Does Tommaso Ciampa's theme count? Yeah. You can have that. Mackenzie said Shane's theme is my ringtone. What? Here comes the money. Here come the money. Money. Let's go. I don't know what my ringtone is. No one calls me. Nice takeover there by Alistair. What, that Trick? Oh, yeah, no. That's a good shout, actually. I forgot Trick, yeah. Ah, that is good. But to be honest, I don't think I would listen to that so much as a tune. It's, you know, the music when it hits and then him coming out and the reaction and the arrival and the president, it works. I don't know that I would listen to it on the train. I wouldn't be down on it, but I think like Alistair's works as a theme, but also as a song, which is why I could check out Code Orange's albums, you know. That's a great shout, though. That has to be given a shout. Trick Williams, yeah. BB Yipsy said, Daze, I've just created a shirt. I've sent it to your email. Okay, but I will try and go through all that. My email is a little bit flooded at the moment. And I've got a little bit of a project there. It might be one that I'm going to sit down with my dad to go through. Over in the corner, Boot coming in. Yours should be nearer the top, though, actually, shouldn't it? Think about it. Should be in an order. Kick coming in. Oh, lovely kick. Alistair against the ropes. Clothesline there by LA Knight. Clothesline by LA Knight. Yeah, I found it, but... Don't know why this is no longer working, but it's no longer working. There we go. Look at that. Does that pass the pub test? I mean... Does that pass the pub test? The simple question of would I wear this down the pub? I mean, I'm struggling a little bit. I'm not going to lie with you. Look at that. If anyone thinks I'm lying about my emails being out of control, look at that. I mean, that's borderline impressive, isn't it? There's people out there that are like, oh, my email's out of control. I've got like thousands of emails. Have you gone past 100,000? Yeah. Have you gone past if you have, you're a real one. If not, amateur hour. Right, here's suplex by Alistair going for the pin. 2. No joy. Shot coming in there by LA Knight. Daze, are you a fan of Joe Hendry's theme song? Is that your favourite? It's not my favourite. It clearly works for people, though. It's not one for me, but no, I could believe there being people out there that would have that as their favourite. Oh, that was lovely by LA Knight. Alistair going to the outsides. He was trying to springboard. LA Knight went over and bundled him to the outside. Good spot. Nice spot to take us to the commercial break there. Interested in the finish of this match. How are they going to book the finish? Charles Robinson counting away. All-time theme is Demolition. Oh, God, I hope we see them soon. Hope we see them at a future Saturday night's main event. Here come the Axe. Do a shirt with a small QR code design in a Wyatt Sicks style that takes it to the channel, said... I actually really like that idea. Having it just small there. God, that is actually really clever. Just a little tiny thing there. People will be like, what's that shirt? Oh, it's a YouTube channel I like. Oh, really? Yeah. You just scan that and it takes you to it. Oh, God, that is actually really clever, isn't it? Dude, you're on fire with your comments. You're on fire because JC does look like a Hasbro figure. Can you do a series of videos on your channel, Andy, where you just put out some of your thoughts and your musings? Because I think I'd find it really interesting. Because you're killing it. $1 Million Man being in the Money in the Bank. JC looking like a Hasbro. A little tiny QR code. Really good. Oh, boom. Really good. Quick theme song shout. Hollywood Rocks theme, says brother. Yeah, I can see that. All Game said this match has been fun. Crowd are getting, well, crowd are a little bit split. I heard some LA Knight chants there as Alistair's climbing up. We could have a shirt that says Boomer. We could. We absolutely could. I might have one that says LS Dub sucks. I think that would sell really well, actually. LS Dub sucks. Imagine that being the only shirt available for the community. Come on. Imagine just watching SmackDown Raw and there's people in the crowd with LS Dub suck shirts on. Nine Dot Holiday said, it goes 1, Root of All Evil, Alistair. 2, COP, Punk. 3, Fire Burns, Punk. Yeah, that was great, actually. 4, Batista. 5, Cody. Alistair's song is by Incendiary. Oh, is it not Code Orange? Or did they just perform it once? Because I remember them performing it. So I thought they'd written it. Why would you have someone else perform it, though? Big boot coming in. Kipper. Kick coming in there by Alistair. Going against the ropes. Landing down. Oh, if it's not them, then maybe I don't need Code Orange. Maybe I need to check out this Incendiary group. Nice springboard moonsault. The arena looks like a great place to have a show, says Mike. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Crowd are into this as LA Knight gets up. Black Mass misses. Kick to the midsection. No joy. LA Knight in the corner. Alistair coming in, looking for... Oh, look at that net breaker. Gets it. Scoops up Alistair. Plants him down. I mean, for me, LA Knight shouldn't be beating Alistair clean, but he can't lose right now on the eve of being in Money in the Bank. What? LA Knight. Here we go. LA Knight. Boot up. Alistair goes for a kick. No joy round the back. Picks him up. He's got him on his shoulders. Alistair, though, lands on the feet. Boot coming in. That was a perfect opportunity for a back elbow, but he didn't throw it. He didn't land it. Shot coming in again. Nice blow there by LA Knight. Another kick coming in. Back against the ropes. Big boot. Against the ropes. Spring in. No. LA Knight has got Alistair on his shoulders. I mean, what I'll say about this is these two really feel like they're like battling away with each other, like even though it's a bit of a nothing match. Oh, look, there's cheers, and this is the problem. This is the problem, innit? This, I mean, like, for me, this is the problem with WWE. I mean, you've got a match there that people were engaged in. I was really interested in the finish because it's like, well, you can't have LA Knight win clean. You can't have Alistair win clean. You're probably going to get outside interference, and here's Seth to provide that outside interference. Seth with a curb on LA Knight, trying to weaken LA Knight before Money in the Bank. Here's Alistair, though, getting in, and Alistair's not going to be impressed. Alistair's not going to be impressed. I'd be down for them being on a collision course. Bron Breakker, though, behind. Bron Breakker. Turn around. Boom. Spear. Alistair gets taken down. Alistair thrown out the ring. Does that now mean Alistair is going to set his sights on Seth, or is this just a one-off week thing? Bron going against the ropes. Spear. He couldn't really build up speeds. LA Knight goes down. Bronson Reed is in there. It's disappointing that this is why we just should not get invested in go-home shows. I mean, it was a fun match whilst it lasted, but do you know what I mean? Watching a fun match with a really bad finish is like engaging in great foreplay and then just, do you know what I mean, leaving. And then the phone ringing and something getting in the way. You know what I mean. Oh, I'm sad now. Here's Joe. Triple H is allergic to clean finishes. Do you know what's funny is I remember when I first watched NXT when we got the network in the UK, I was stunned. Oh, King and Queen of the Ring? No, don't like it. I mean, it might be. I'm just trying to think, is it bigger than ever? So how many people? So for a 16, is that bigger than last year? It may be a little bit. I've said before, when it comes to King and Queen of the Ring, I would put everyone in it. Just think of all the nonsense, nothing matches that you could turn into actual meaningful matches and have like a roster-wide tournament. But instead, it's like a fatal four-way. Winner's going to go to the semi-final. And then after that, you just got the final. No, I don't like it. The other thing as well is if you've got a fatal four-way, there's a bit of luck involved. We're trying to figure out who is the king and the queen of the ring. Like, I don't think starting off with fatal four-ways is going to make it prestigious. Might get good when we get to the semi-finals, but there's only one queen, says Charlotte. Here's Tiffy. Here's Jades. I suppose it's better than just not doing it, but I think maybe the truth is the tournament doesn't really work very well. I don't think it's great for ratings. So I think that they are trying to find a way of doing it and doing it quickly. You know, rather than it being a big stretched out across all the shows over multiple weeks, let's just get it done quickly. So we're going to do a fatal 4-way, winner goes to the semi-final. I mean, historically, the semi-final and the final was done on a pay-per-view. So, you know, you could have really, you're going to do a couple of matches and then, you know what I mean? We're already at the semi-final stage. So this ain't a tournament that's going to be around very long. So they're selling it as it's the biggest ever and, oh, well, look at all these people that are going to be involved. But really, it's the quickest ever. It's the quickest ever and probably as a result, the least prestigious ever. Yeah, it's so annoying because I think there's something there. I really think if everyone was involved and you really made a big deal out of it, and I think you could really do something with the tournament over the summer. You know, you could have like brackets and you could encourage people to like work out their brackets, send their brackets in. A bit like March Madness, you know? I think that could be really fun. Maybe even have WWE giving out like a prize. If you maybe you could have everyone enter their bracket into WWE. Maybe the AI software could keep track of whose bracket is the most accurate, whatever, and have it whereby it's really interactive. Imagine that. Imagine you predict the bracket and then WWE kind of keeps tabs of that. And the prize could just be that you get your name mentioned on the successful bracket sort of shout out page on the website. People would love that. Just having their name on the website for successfully getting it correct. Doesn't even have to be anything sizable. But think how interactive that would be. And I think, also, we watch a lot of matches. We literally just watched LA Knight, Aleister Black. Didn't mean anything. Didn't matter who won. Imagine if that did matter, because it was a King of the Ring match. Someone was going to go through, someone was going to get eliminated. And imagine you had predicted it and it mattered to you. I don't know. I think there's something there, I think there's something there. WWE clearly don't think there's something there. And maybe they're correct. They know better than me. But I want to see it get bigger. I want to see us do more with it. I want to see us invest in that as a tournament. Instead, we're doing a couple of fatal 4-ways and then we're just doing a semi-final and a final. But it's better than not doing it at all. So I need to have a word with myself. I need to stop complaining, right? I need to stop being a Debbie Downer. And I need to be a positive Pete. Right. Rare Breeds, shout out to you, buds. AKF said, Daze, the smaller tournament is probably because we're only 3 weeks away from Night of Champions. It's true. We're not dealing with a great deal of time, are we? But my counter argument would be that we could have started the tournament already and it could have been playing out. Again, all those matches that we've watched that haven't really mattered, all of those could have mattered. All those spots, all those segments where we've just put such and such against such and such, we could have used, since WrestleMania. We could have been spending the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever, starting the tournament, building to Night of Champions, which would have made Night of Champions feel like an even bigger deal. Would have made it feel like an even bigger deal. Instead, everything's just so right, done with this now. What's next? Night of Champions. Right, what's after that? Evolution. Right, what's after that? Saturday night's main event. It's like we're just constantly going from one show to the next rather than building something longer term, But I'm not being a Debbie Downer. I'm being a positive Pete. So I love everything. Right, here's Santos. Familia. Let's go. Vikings Wolf said, could King of the Ring be a chance for Cross to shine? Well, it's a chance, but I don't think he wins. I think that he could be in it. I would definitely have him in it, and I'd definitely have him looking good. But it's kind of hard for him struggling to be on TV to go from that to winning a tournament, you know? That's a big jump. But I'd have him in it, and I'd have him looking really good in it. Okay, we're just having a look at these guys. They're going to be in action tomorrow. We will be removing the heart and soul of that house. So pay close attention. I have the tools to do it. Let's establish who owns the world of Lucha Libre. So we're actually using a little bit of Smackdown. We're using a little bit of Smackdown to just promote tomorrow. There's Chad and American Maids. Yeah. Fighting for the AAA Mega Championship. So he's talking about El Grande. It's coming home with me. Here's Andrade. Gable. See? Chad's just going, see? Here's Penta. See? Look at the size of Giulia's, actually. Giulia's stepping up to Penta. Tell you what, we need to talk about Julius breaking out of this faction and going solo, because Julius has got size, ability. I don't know about promo-wise. Don't hear him cutting loads of promos live in the ring, but Julius has got everything you would want in a top singles star. Okay, here's Tiffy time. Let's go. I want Parker to show up. Dr. Pina said, Daze, I got a call today. A man's peen is terribly pecked by a penguin. I was scared, but I whispered, Serio Mado, amongst the frozen blood, and I saved his dong. My God, what a story. I love the imagery of you whispering to yourself, no fear, Cero Miedo, as you desperately tried to save another man's penis, another man's peen. And I already know that he really appreciated it. Shout out to you. The work you do, Dr. Pina, it's God's work. You're doing God's work. And the idea of you whispering to yourself, no fear, just before you go in and attack whatever task it was. I don't know what you was doing, but, you know, how you... Was you sewing? I don't know, but stitching? Caressing? I don't know. Here's Tiffy. I became the it girl of WWE. Not me, Tiffany. Every lady in that match is going to try and pull a Tiffy. That's what Ludwig did. Every lady in that match is championship material. Their world is going to revolve around me, says Tiffy. You can win the match. You can trend. No one can outdo the doer. Here is Rhea. Here is Rhea Ripley. Right, I wonder if this is going to... I wonder what this is going to be. Rhea and Tiffany. Rhea and Tiffany. Have these guys feuded on the main roster? They haven't, have they? I mean, Rhea's not long come over from Judgment Day. Tiffany in the ring. Rhea bloody Ripley. Yeah, I was trying to think if these guys had feuded at all since Tiffany came up, but I don't think they have. Right. Yeah, this is a match I've never thought about. Nine Dark Holiday said Daze is a little cutie patootie without glasses on. A little cutie patootie. I've not heard cutie patootie before, but I'll take it. It's better than what I'm normally called. Okay, Rhea in the ring, and big cheers for Rhea. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this match. Mommy chants. They're both faces, though. Wild nails. Oh, she's never been in Money in the Bank. Because I never had to. I know what it's like to be a champion, and I miss that feeling. Okay, is this going to be a segment to just like bring out all the women? Because Stephanie's coming out now. Big entrance for Stephanie, isn't it? I mean, it takes a little while for these horns to appear. Like flames shooting up as well. They see a lot in her. They see a lot in her. Oh, God. This is a match I never thought about. Rhea, Stephanie. Not too fussed about Tiffany, Stephanie. Rhea, Stephanie, I like that. Well, bell sounding. Oh, yeah, tag match in it. I was like, Bell, what? We're going to do what we're doing? Tag match. What a tease, says Metal Mama. Such gorgeous woman, said Vikings Wolf. Sean said, tomorrow is Money in the Bank. Of course they won't have a brand split. 6-woman tag match next, said Dave. 6-woman tag match next, said Johnny. It's the 6-woman tag match, says Jay. LS Dub said promo trains. At least they aren't sitting on top of ladders like they did a few times. Big pop, big cheer. Yeah, really good reaction there. And who is it? Who has emerged? Who is worthy of such a pop? It is Alexa. Alexa making her way down. Is she going to throw Lily again? She always tends to do that, but she's actually holding Lily. Lily making her way down with Alexa. Is she going to pop her in the... I never understood why she throws the doll down. If it's meant to have meaning, then it sort of feels like maybe... Where did it disappear to? I don't know why you would throw it down in the entranceway. Alexa is such a tease. Why is she avoiding the Sicks while she carries creepy stuff, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Well, I don't mind it because it makes me think that there's maybe going to be a story coming where we try to get her to join up with the Sicks, and I'm okay with having that story. Nine Dark Holiday said, damn it, my dong has been stuck in peanut butter. Didn't that happen the other day? That's not the first time I've heard of that happening in this community, and I just don't know what you lot are up to. I mean, look, whatever you get up to during the streams is obviously your choice, free worlds, but I don't know why there's so many dongs getting inserted into peanut butter. And I don't even know how I should feel about it. I try to not think about it, to be honest. Metal Mama said, stop with the goddamn peanut butter and dogs. No, Metal Mama, not dogs. The community aren't putting dogs in peanut butter. Metal Mama, I think, I don't know if you're like not fully paying attention, but it's not, people aren't putting dogs in peanut butter. That would not be tolerated at all, right? We are not a community that is here for any kind of violence towards animals, right? We are not here for that. I will not tolerate that. So it's not dogs. Oh, I don't even think I should tell her, actually. Maybe I should let her think it is dogs, because the alternative is also quite horrifying, isn't it? There's no easy way out of this situation, is there? The only thing I can say, Metal Mama, is currently no animals are being hurt. That's the most important thing. No animals are being hurt. There are no dogs being inserted into peanut butter. Right? Well, not in this community, right? Although saying that, dogs actually really like peanut butter. So I don't know how down they would be about it, because our dog flipping loves peanut butter. Loves peanut butter. So, I mean, that might be like a glimpse at heaven. But once again, I have to stress it's not dogs. It's not dogs. Marshmallow fluff, said Christopher. Yeah, I have some of that, actually. I have some of that. I've never put my penis in it. I've never done that. And I swear to you right now, I still have no plans on doing that. But I do have some. I do have some. Taker said, Daze, a new shirt for Tiffy that reads, when it's Tiffy time... with a clock on the front, it's stiffy time on the back, said Taker 99. I don't think they're going to make that shirt, but just like us here on these streams, WWE are very family focused. Very family orientated. The content they do is just like us, very family content. I don't think you'd get away with that, but... the Iconics have returned to TNA. Oh, have they? That's good. I always love them. And actually, if they're back there, I wonder if that means we could bring them back to NXT. Oh my God, do it. Do it. I need Billie Kay back in my life. I need Billie Kay back. I miss Billie Kay. She legit is one of the funniest. She was Chelsea Green before Chelsea Green was Chelsea Green. Although Chelsea Green was Chelsea Green before she was Chelsea Green. She was just doing it on the indies or doing it elsewhere. But when Billie Kay was doing the comedy stuff in WWE, you know, she never got the love. Yeah, I miss them. Let's bring them back. Here is Naomi. I knew that peanut butter hates seeing me coming, said 9. Holiday. Here is 2025's most volatile and most unpredictable superstar, Naomi. Proceed with caution. Let's go. I want her to get to the top. I want her to get there. She deserves it. Here's Roxanne. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. From Laredo, Texas, Roxanne Perez. I find that gesture to be a bit throwaway. She does that all the time where she puts her hand up, but she doesn't really lean into it. She kind of only puts it as a token thing, does that, and then does that. And she does that every time she comes out, and I always think that, but I never say it. And today's the day I'm saying it. I think if you're going to do this, commit to it. Every time she comes out, she tends to put her hand about here and does that. And then does that. But it just feels like she's not even thinking about it when she does it. If I grabbed her backstage, I'd be like, listen, from now on, I want you to be like, really lean into it. Like, make it bigger, Roxanne. Make it bigger, yeah? You're better than this. You're better than this, Roxanne. Here's Giulia again. Let's go. Only this time with entrance gear. Giulia. The beautiful madness. Making her way down to the ring. Giulia. 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 She looks so good. I love her hair. Her hair, she's so different. She's got such a different vibe to her. It's a good lineup, isn't it? Look at all the talent in the ring. Giulia, Stephanie, Rhea, Alexa, Roxanne, Naomi. Some serious talent in that ring. A lot of excitement around this match tomorrow. And understandably so. Okay, both the briefcases are above the ring. The men's in green, the women's in white. And we are underway. Right, Daze, I think a great match that will never happen would be Rhea versus Medusa, with Medusa getting the win. I agree. I think Medusa's evolution appearance will likely be in the crowd. She might have another Rumble in her, or maybe a Battle Royal. I've heard they might do a Battle Royal. Maybe she'll be in that, but her having like a proper singles match, it's hard to see, isn't it? Legend, though. Made by Dawn said, I have a WrestleMania 42 match. How about Stephanie against Rhea? Sign me up, mate. I'm here for it. Sounds great. I'm definitely here for it. Oh, hello. Giulia down. Devil's Kiss. Is she going to do it? No. Now you've actually got the main roster being disappointed. And now the main roster are booing. Wow. That Devil's Kiss move is so flipping over. It is so over. Hey, Giulia and Stephanie, no strangers to each other at all. Kick coming in there by Giulia. All Game 17 said, I look away for a minute. And we're talking about dongs and peanut butter. My lord. I prefer to keep my dong safe. AKA, Bliss is my queen. I prefer to keep my dong safe, a.k.a. Bliss is my queen. How are they connected? A.k.a. is also known as... I don't even understand. Oh my God, now we've got Devil's Kisses going on. And look at Rhea. Rhea's just like slapping the back of Giulia's head. Shouldn't they all be doing the Devil's Kiss? Why isn't Rhea doing it? We should have had triple Devil's Kisses. What the hell's this? Who's booking this? Who's booked this nonsense? If you're gonna have, why did you have Rhea slapping the back of Giulia's head? They should have all been doing the devil's kisses. Oh, Jesus Christ. The hell's going on? What happened to the game I love? Over into the turnbuckle kick coming in there by Naomi. I don't understand anything that's happened in the past few minutes. All game, shout out to you. I love the fact you're keeping you and your dong safe. You absolutely should. Because if you don't look after it, who will? Tag being made. In comes Roxanne. Kicks coming in by Roxy. Daze, I want Mariah May to come out after this match just to put everyone on notice, says Taker 1990. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, I've started a second clips channel. I might do a musings podcast. Oh, have you? Have you? That's a good idea, doing a clips channel for you. With all the facts and stuff you've got in videos. Makes total sense. A musings podcast on the air? Gods, you should do it. That's a great shout. There we go. What's it? Is it called? What's it called? Is it called Wrestle with Andy Clips? I'm not subscribed to it. I am subscribed to your main one. I'm going to look now. We want mommy is the chance. Wrestle with Andy Clips. Wrestle with Andy. It doesn't bring it up, you know. If I put Wrestle with Andy Clips, it just brings up Wrestle with Andy. Wrestle with Andy. Wrestle with Andy. Oh, are you moving away from your thumbnail? That's bold. That's a bold move, Andy. Your black and yellow is iconic. Yeah, it doesn't bring it up, but I cannot find this second channel of yours. You might have to send me a link or something. Right, are we at commercial break? We might be at commercial break. I didn't know that Bliss was as small as Perez. Thanks, Daze. I am just a few subs from 800. Oh, where's that made by, Dawn? Is that on here or is that on X? If I go to Andy's channel, has he got it on his homepage? Andy, you haven't even got it on your homepage. Andy, help us out, would you? I thought I'd go to your homepage and you'd have them on there. On YouTube. Oh, we'll go and show Made by Dawn some love. Go and show Wrestle with Andy love. Daze, I'm going to start doing WWE Mayhem content soon. What's that? But what's WWE Mayhem? Is that one of their shows? That's not the name of like their Arabic show, is it? Wasn't that like Mayhem or something? Here's Giulia in the corner. Missile dropkick. Down goes Alexa. Special ref Matt Cardona match between Robert Stone and Santino, says AB. Is that in TNA? It's a video game. Oh. Oh, I think it rings a bell, actually. I've never ventured into that world, but yeah. I'm sure there's an audience for it, but it might be a good idea. Shots coming in there by Alexa as Naomi has got Alexa. Crowd applauding away as Naomi picks Alexa up. No joy Inside cradle, 1, 2. No joy. Kick out by Naomi. Oh, big boot there by Naomi. Big boot. I think she just said, are you all right? I think Naomi just said, are you all right? She just booted Alexa so hard, she went, are you all right? Guys, that needs to be an unseen. That was during commercial break as well. Oh, God, someone better have a clip of that. I need the clip of Naomi booting Alexa and then going, are you all right? Tag being made. I heard that, said Cruel. Well, the thing is, they're at commercial break. So, you know, in their minds, they might be thinking, oh, we're at commercial, so no one's watching. But people are watching because not everyone goes to commercial. Internationally, we stay with it. When is SmackDown going to 2 hours? It was meant to be now. This was going to be the first week, but they are sticking with it for the time being. They've changed their mind on switching it back, so... Kick coming in there by Naomi. I wonder if that's actually hurt the ratings. I hadn't considered that, you know. SmackDown's doing 1.3, but it can't be helpful having that third hour. I mean, that third hour is going to see ratings drop. And so that's going to be bringing the average down. I wonder if it'll actually go back up once you get rid of the third hour. It's got to. It'll make the average better, not worse. Naomi grabbing Alexa. SmackDown is sticking 3 hours, said Thomas. Alexa, boom. Planting Naomi. Naomi down. Referee coming over, checking on Naomi. Just as this goes. Alexa just getting beat down, says Cruel. Rhea Ripley's in. Mommy is in. Big boot to Giulia. Giulia goes flying. Rhea throwing Roxanne. Rhea charging over. Drop kick. Down goes Naomi. Rhea with that hot tag. Second hour almost done. Second hour almost done. We've still got Cody, Cena, Jey, Logan still coming up. Roxanne, and this is a match I'm down for. Lots of fresh matchups available to us now as Roxanne is up on the shoulders of Rhea. Razor edged. Oh, big kick. 1, 2. Naomi makes the save. They intentionally do bad shows just for USA Network to tell them to go back to 2 hours, says Porky Pig. I don't know who it's working for. Alexa looking for that Sister Abigail. Sister Abigail DDT. She got it. She hit it. Giulia a victim of it. Riptide. 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 No, reversed. Oh my God, she sold that so good. Oh, it's so good to see someone take a DDT properly. We've seen so many DDTs recently where the person taking it just rolls, not get spiked. Rhea got spiked and it looks so good. It looks so good. Crowd chanting. Look at that. And that's fired the crowd up as well. Oh, God. That was so... That sell. That... Oh. It's honestly, it is so satisfying to see a move like that executed perfectly. Oh, Roxanne just went over to tag in Naomi. Naomi jumps off the edge of the ring. Yeah, your problem, mate. Leaving Roxanne alone with the faces. Listen, Riptide. Marked. 1, 2, 3. Done, dead, buried. Fun, end. Not a bad match, just meaningless. But we knew that going into it. Alexa, Rhea, Stephanie. Look at my life, look at my life. Let's go. Let's go. Roxanne wanted to tag Naomi. Naomi was like, nah. Yeah. Bang. Look at the image. That trio. Holy fire, said WrestleRants. All Game said, I've got Alexa winning as an underdog. Steven says, WWE don't care about the fans. What makes you say that, bud? They certainly care about money. Fans provide money. Roxanne being left on the map might mean she wins tomorrow, says Mike. Hannah, hello. Hannah said, I'm coming back from running. Was there any interesting or deep talking points about the show? Not about the show. No, I don't think there's really been anything seismic. It's a go-home show, isn't it? It's go home. I mean, there has been the King and Queen announced. That announcement's been made. Here's Solo. Here's JC. You really trust Jacob? As long as he follows my lead. I brought Jacob here. He loves me. Yeah. He's not that smart in the head. He thinks about it. He's... Look at Solo. It's all gas and no brains. I hope he's not standing behind him. Oh, he was just behind the door. He was just behind the door. All gas, no brains. I hope he wasn't stood there when that comment was made. Oh, Jesus, mate. Jesus. Oh, my God. All gas, no brains. So effing good, said K-Dub. Zoom Station said, who's writing this? That was a nice segment, said J14. Black Mandalorian said, I knew it. Run, Solo, run, said Brian. That felt like a Disney show sequence, said Porky Pig. Listen, I'm here for it. Disney shows gave us Ariana Grande, Sabrina Carpenter. There's great things that come out of Disney shows. Let's not be down on Disney shows. Yeah? That's it. I don't know of anything else that came out of Disney shows. Did Justin Timberlake come out of a Disney? He did. He was in... And Britney. Oh, my God. We will not have any Disney show slander around here. All gas, no brains is wild, said Davids. Boomer said Disney is the best. Hannah said, Daze, sometimes it's questioning on how someone like Coachman can say something, and then news comes out saying that Triple H is expected to go. In what world of journal is this? What the world of journalism is? Well, the thing is that he was apparently told that there were issues. So the story was that he's been told that there are issues between Triple H and The Rock. And then, of course, he expanded on that and theorized, you know, he could have 18 months or so. To be honest, I might not have touched it if it hadn't have had that little bit in about how he had been told there are issues. But again, we know there's people speculating and talking, even within WWE, about that. So it's kind of interesting that it's not only the fans that are speculating about the Triple H Rock relationship. There's plenty within WWE as well that are having that conversation. So, yeah, in regards to Coachman, someone that's been in WWE, talking about how he has also heard of there being problems, and then just going further and saying, don't know if Triple H is going to make it 18 months. On a quiet news day, it made some noise. It made some noise. Nine Dot Holiday said, imagine Bailey's devil's kiss. Where's my peanut butter? Jeez, I think we'd all be reaching for the peanut butter if that ever happens. Calvin said Sabrina Carpenter starred on Girl Meets World, and Ariana Grande was on Victorious and Sam and Cat, says Calvin. Calvin, thank you. Right, we are going back. We've got Signs of the Night. We've got Cody's #1 fan. I yeeted at my graduation. It's Bliss time. I love Solo. I pledge allegiance. Look at the picture. That picture of Chelsea was so good. Oh, God, what a great sign. Ah, the Wyatts. A message. A message. Here's Bo. Here's Bo. Bray. Okay, let's talk about the tag division. The loyalty. The trust. This is resonating with him, isn't it? Okay, I like that. Really like it. Really like it. Why are they going after the tag division? They've just given you all the answers right there. It's because they want to test the loyalty. They want to test the brotherhoods. They want to test them. Obviously, Nikki has got a deeper reason for going after Candice. Dexter's got a deeper reason for going after DIY. But that's really good. And the tag division are worried. Can we forget about the tag championships? We've got a problem. If the Wyatts want the smoke, they can get it. I also like how they said they're moving past redemption and all this kind of stuff. They're moving past revenge. It's now time to get what they're owed. Nathan says, if I see Uncle Howdy one more time, you'll do nothing. I like you, Nathan, but you'll do nothing. Fraxium said they're going to teach the Wyatts a lesson. So the whole tag division want to get their hands on the Wyatts. The Wyatts have sort of made themselves public enemy #1. Okay. How much she looks like Bray. Yeah, scary in places, wasn't it? Okay, Worlds Collide, Money in the Bank tomorrow. We're here for both shows. I know that there's only the one stream set up, but we're just going to start and just go. So when Worlds Collide's on, we'll be here live. Legado del Fantasma against Wagner Jr., Psycho Clown, and Pagan. They're just running down the card. DIY didn't want anything to do with makeup, sending the other teams out there. Hannah said it's funny how the kid who doesn't look at the news has a good time seeing wrestling, as imagine him questioning where someone like Bobby is and then he appears in AEW. So like if someone young wasn't keeping up to date, and like these people, it's kind of how it was back in the day, yeah. Not knowing who's under contract, who's leaving, who's signing with who, and people just popping up in different places. Like, that's how it used to be. YouTube means it's going to be an ad fest, said Scottish Nightmare. AB said the whole SmackDown tag division has been flipped upside down by a returning Wyatt Sicks. I'm going to get some good sleep watching that, said Zoom Station. Do you know, I think it's a really interesting show. As we said, it's our first venture into AAA, and I'm quite looking forward to it. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what it's going to be like and what's... I don't have any expectations either. I mean, I sort of feel like it's going to be a bit low quality from a production point of view, but if WWE are overseeing the production... I mean, I don't know. Is AAA and WWE working together on production? Is it a AAA show? Is it a WWE show? I don't know. I just don't know what to expect. Is it going to feel different to Raw and SmackDown in the camera shots and the presentation and the staging? And I just don't know. Do they have a square ring in AAA? I know some promotions have an octagon ring and a circular ring, and like, I think they have a square ring. I don't know. I just don't know what to expect. So it's going to be a bit of a mystery, a magical mystery tour. And then, of course, afterwards we go into Money in the Bank. I feel the wrestling is going to be amazing, said Rare Breeds. The quality will be semi-mid, but the end ring should be really good. So, like, what the matches themselves should be good. Yeah, I could believe that. Kind of crazy. There's only 4 teams in the SmackDown tag division, said Justin. It's Breed said, I think it's going to be fast-paced. I think it's going to be good in-ring, but it might be bad production-wise. It's an octagon ring normally, said Jake. Ah, so it is a weird-shaped ring normally. Very interesting. Will we get that tomorrow? We've not spoke about that. Bubba Joe said, for Worlds Collide, I'm going to put your stream on one monitor and I'm going to put the show on another monitor. Watch along of the century since I have no friends, says Bubba Joe. Bubba Joe, you've got 1,029 friends. You've got everyone here and myself. So you're drowning in friends, Bubba Joe. But yeah, shout out to you. It's going to be a really interesting one. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm definitely going out my comfort zone. I mean, I feel like we can sit and watch WWE shows and talk background, talk character, stories, development, progress, strengths, weaknesses, trajectory, just whatever. But I can't really do any of that when it comes to AAA. So there's going to be a lot of learning that we're going to do together. But that's good. I'm quite excited stepping out of a comfort zone. And I don't know what to expect. But as people have been saying, there's a lot of people expecting some really good in-ring action. And you know what? The good thing is as well that it's not only that show. So it's not like we've only got that to look forward to. We're watching that. And, you know, even if it's a disaster, even if the production is a nightmare, there's botches, the matches don't live up to expectation, we've got Money in the Bank straight after. You know? Money in the Bank straight after. We can't lose. Conan and Jeremy Borash and Moody Jack are running Worlds Collide Creative, says Brian. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously going to be booking the winners and all of that stuff and, you know, putting some of the spots in and whatever. It's definitely going to be very lucha flavoured. Of course it is. I wouldn't expect or want anything else. But I don't know about the production. And as we said, an octagon ring as well is going to be very different. 9. Holly said, Bubba Joe, friend here, have some... No, yeah, Bubba Joe, don't accept any peanut butter from 9. Holly. That's, as a friend, Bubba Joe, my first friendly advice is turn that offer down. Don't accept that offer, right? Don't accept that offer. Daze, 4 matches for a pay-per-view, said Tokens Worlds. Yes. To be honest, last year there was, I think, 5... And we've seen a lot where there's been 5. So, how many was there for the Rumble? I mean, you know the Money in the Bank matches are getting time. So, 2 Money in the Bank matches. Both are going to get time. And then we've got 2 matches on the undercard. So, I wonder if we compare to the Rumble, if that's similar. Yeah, 4 matches for the Rumble this year. There was 2 Royal Rumbles, and there was Cody, Kevin Owens, and there was DIY against Motor City. So what I would say is Royal Rumble probably went, I don't know, off the top of my head, 3+ hours as a pay-per-view. Now, obviously, I don't think Money in the Bank's going to go that long. I think it'll go maybe 2.5 hours. So... it doesn't need to be as long as the Royal Rumble show. So I know the Rumbles are going to be longer. We're not going to do an hour 20 for one of the men's ladder matches. But it honestly, the matches could go over half an hour. The matches could go over half an hour. They could go 40-odd minutes. And then you've got the entrances. So you do 2 of those. Your 2 undercard matches... make some announcements, some backstage segments, little bits and bobs. 2 hours, 2 hours 20, around that sort of ballpark. I could see that being the case. Could you get another match in? Yeah, I reckon you could. You could. Last year we had 5, so you could. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the 4 matches isn't a problem for me. I watch so much wrestling that I don't feel like I'm being cheated. The 4 matches, I don't look at it and go, oh, this is a disgrace and all that stuff. I mean, first of all, I don't have to pay for the show. If it was like back in the day when you paid for pay-per-views, then I might feel cheated. Because if I was paying $50 and I'm getting 4 matches, then that's a conversation. But, I mean, it's all on Netflix. So, do you know what I mean? I pay for that each month anyway, so I don't feel cheated in that regard. It's not like I'm not watching loads of wrestling anymore. I see matches all the time, so I'm not like hungry to watch wrestling because, I mean, I watch it all the time, and I will watch Worlds Collide before it. So it's kind of one of those where it's not a problem for me, honestly, that there's only 4 matches. I don't see where the complaint would be. I'm not paying for the show. I don't rarely get wrestling. I watch it all the time. So, yeah, I mean, look, what they could have done is put Jey and Gunther on. I think what the show is suffering from is the fact that it doesn't have a big, juicy world title match. It doesn't have that absolutely unmissable world title match. That's what I would like to see. And it doesn't have that. So I missed that. But actually, 4 matches, it's fine. It'll clock in about 2 hours 20, 2 hours 30. That's also fine. But yeah, we could have done another match. There is Vikingo, the AAA Mega Champion. He's been popping up a bit. He was on NXT, wasn't he, midweek? Right, here is Chad. Do we know what? I don't even know what this is. We're just bringing out a load of boomers. Is this a match? So the Creeds are coming down. Is this going to be Andrade and Penta against the Creeds? Did I miss a match being made? Yeah, it looks like it is. Here's the Creeds then. Here are the Creeds. They're making their way down. Okay, let's end this poll so we don't get too confused. It's not about matches. It's about the quality. Quality over quantity, said AB. I agree with that. I might have struggled a bit more if we were still in the pay-per-view era, when, you know, you want to make sure that you're seeing a few stars and whatever. But yeah, I think I feel really different about it now that, like, you just tune in. It's on Netflix. Okay, we are underway then with this tag match. So, Penta and Andrade versus Creed. Now, 23 minutes. We've got 37 minutes left. That is all. We've only got 37 minutes left. So, that says to me that we are probably not going to spend too long on this match, 10 minutes or so, and then of course, you know, we've got to do a lot of entrances, bringing out Cody and Cena and all of those, and wrap things up. Corey said, according to the alphabet, first we watch AAA together, then Triple X. We can certainly move on to Triple X. I'm here for those watch-alongs. I'm here for those watch-alongs, mate. Creeds have got this in the bag, said Joe. 4-match card means Money in the Bank will be more ads than wrestling, said Jake. More ads than wrestling? I don't know that's true because it's on Netflix. So I don't think you're going to get loads of ads. Well, I don't. Do you get, I mean, some people get some ad breaks during the PLEs. But, I mean, we never go to ad break. That's a tricky one, isn't it? Because, I mean, we don't get many ad breaks during Smackdown either. Chops coming in, and again. Yeah, sometimes you go to commercial break in America and we stay with the action. Sometimes when you go, we get a graphic. But the graphics aren't that often, honestly. We are in a TKO era, so lots of ads we will get, said T85. It's probably true, actually. It's probably best to expect them. Nathan said there's so much going on this weekend with SmackDown, TNA, Worlds Collide, UFC, Money in the Bank. Let's go. Phoenix said if Logan talks for 10 minutes again, I'm just going to turn it off. He doesn't really do promos that offer any talking points. He just self-promotes. Nice throw there by Kip up there by Julius. Yeah, I think the Howdy Wyatt Sicks promo was interesting. They really kind of clarified why they had gone after that tag division. I think they made it clear as well that they've really changed their mission objective. It's not about so much revenge or anything anymore. Now it's about what's getting what they're owed. When they first came in, it was not so much about that. It was about righting wrongs. It was about sticking up for Otis. It was about going and getting revenge on The Miz. And in a way, sticking up for our truth. But now, you know, there's not really anyone that they're going after apart from Nikki that's wronged them. Dexter hasn't said anything about Johnny Gargano yet. And about going after him. But, yeah, Howdy has kind of made it clear that they're going after the tag division. because they want to test that loyalty. They want to test that brotherhood. They want to know, is that bond really unbreakable? Which, I mean, you would think that Bo would know that it is unbreakable. I mean, his bond with Bray is unbreakable. I think, actually, the message could be tweaked in that Bo could have said something like how his bond with his brother will forever be unbreakable. The tag division act like brothers, but are they? Is their bond really the same as a bond between brothers? You act like brothers, and I want to test if your bond... Maybe that message makes a bit more sense. Because he said he wanted to know if the bond between them was unbreakable. He knows that his bond with Bray is unbreakable. Perhaps in a roundabout way, that's the point he's making. Interesting. Do we say any of the following? Dean going back to WWE to go in the Hall of Fame. A Dean Douglas? No. Dean Malenko. What's Dean Malenko doing at the moment? I don't even know what Dean Malenko's doing. T85 said Trump and Musk need to have a wrestling match. Ego versus ego. Is the bond as strong as a man and some peanut butter, though? Said, oh my God! I feel like your relationship with peanut butter is probably one that should be playing out behind closed doors, yeah? Rather than on these kinds of public forums, I'm just saying. Right now we got Brutus in there with Andrade. Larry said, I'm on vacation. I just got back to the room at 10. What did I miss? Not loads, honestly. It's been a fine show in the sense of it's been solid. It's been easy to watch. I've not felt bored. But I don't think you've missed anything sizable. There was the King and Queen of the Ring announcement. That's coming back. And yeah, I mean, we've just had a lot of matches really that don't massively matter. There's tension continuing between Solo and Jacob. All gas, no brains. But other than that, go home, innit? Go homeville, go home kind of a show. This might be the best showing from the Creed brothers I've seen in a while, said AB. Here we go, tag being made. Here's Penta. Penta up, crossbody. Down goes Julius. Penta, duck underneath against the ropes. Trying to take Julius over, and he does. Penta in there, throwing in a kick. Reversed, and Penta going over the other side. Lots of these kind of matches where it just doesn't really matter who wins. 1, 2, save mates. Brutus coming over, grabbing Penta. Brutus going through the ropes to the outsides. Down goes Julius. I wish the Wyatt Sicks would have come out to take them out, said Albert. Raw was struggling on Monday, said Cringe Wolf. Gable is getting involved. He's trying to... Oh, Vikingo again. Getting involved. Vikingo's smaller than Chad's. Do you know what? This could be such a banging match. This match between these two could low-key cook. I mean, it could be match of the night. Including everything that goes down at Money in the Bank. The Money in the Bank matches will be exciting. Of course they will. Oh, that back elbow. It always catches me by surprise. Brutus is down. And struggling. Oh, Mexican Destroyer. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Fun little match. Fun little match. Nico said Mexican Destroyer. And that's all. LS Dub said good match. Let's get match scores. Yeah, we didn't think it would stick around for long. Absolutely nothing R-Truth related. No R-Truth chants. I have not even seen an R-Truth sign. Here's Seth. Whoa, these guys made their presence felt with LA Knight. Seth again, said Phoenix. Seth again. I hate this ring announcer so much. I can pick 20, some from his community who is easily better. Yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan. I was not keen when I first heard it. He sounds too forced, strained. It doesn't feel natural. There's not that nice, rich tone to his voice. I agree. T85 said, speaking of Undertaker, if Triple H loses his job as head of creative, I was thinking Undertaker could come in as head of creative, and I like that because Mark Calloway knows wrestling like the back of his hand, said T85. I think they would go Sean, because I think you would probably want the experience of someone actually having booked. So I think they would go Sean. I don't know who would then be in charge of NXT. There'd be plenty of, Road Dogg might be interested in it. I wonder if Bully Ray would be interested. Oh. So right now, Braun and Bronson. Oh, that curb was horrible. Rubbish. That's better. Curb to Andrade wasn't very good, but the curb to Penta was. Nico said, I'm telling you, we are getting Roman back tomorrow. I think there's a chance on it. I agree with you. I think there's a real chance. I do not think that's impossible at all. Here's Big Bronson reads. I actually think WWE could really do with it as well. Tsunami! Ooh. Tsunami connects. Jason Jordan on the cards. Where would Jason Jordan be now if he was still being able to wrestle? Heartbreaking, innit? Where would Jason Jordan be now? Right, commercial break. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Penta got murdered. It was a hell of a tsunami. Hell of a tsunami. Right, commercial break. Do they have a name? What, the group? I don't believe the group do. Probably still Kurt Angle's son, says yeah, wow, true, yeah. That was a hell of a decision. Daze, bring back JoJo for SmackDown. Yeah, I would not be down on JoJo coming back. I think if she so desired, she was fine. She was good. I like Alicia Taylor as well. Lillian Garcia was fine. I don't see why we got rid of Lillian to bring this guy in. I think he doesn't have that tone in his voice. He's not like a Michael or a Bruce Buffer, is he? He's not like a Howard Finkel. He just seems like a guy that can shout. And does a lot of the that kind of, that's how he announces. He relies on that rather than having the voice for it. But hey ho, I wish him all the best. I'm sure he's a lovely guy. Or maybe he's not. Perhaps he puts his dong in peanut butter. I don't know. Nine Duck Holiday said, all jokes aside, Asuka's theme is top 10 for me. Dun-dun-dun, 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 ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum, ba-da-da-da-da. It is good. It is good. Loving Alistair's, though. Christopher said, I miss Howard Finkel. The GOAT. You might as well just said, I miss the GOAT, and we would know who you was talking about. His voice made the matches feel so important. I miss that nostalgia feel. He was the best. He was the GOAT. He's the greatest. And I think it was always going to be hard to find a replacement. Samantha was good. She was good. I wasn't in love with Samantha as much as others, you know, but she was good. Her, if she was still around, would be fine. I really like Alicia Taylor. I think Alicia Taylor does great work. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a fan of him, but I don't know if it's like a big enough problem where it's like, right, we need to change that now, you know? I don't know, kind of. Oh, this is interesting. We're getting another promo from this group. Someone's got an I Love Logan sign. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, like it or not, we are the future. Like it or not, we are the future. Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins told you what would happen at WrestleMania. And it happened. Don't you understand that everything Seth tells you comes true? Don't you understand that? Idiot. Boos from the crowds. We've only got 20 minutes to go and we've still got to flipping do all these entrances. It's going to take 20 minutes to get Jey out there. We're not drowning in time here. We're really not going to leave much for promos because I promise you these entrances, unless we really dial the entrances back, but can't see that out. If we're going to lose anything, it'll be the promos. And we still got to fit in another 50 adverts, so... I don't know why we're doing this. Seth looks good though, doesn't he? With his shirt slightly open. He's got the chain and a bit of chest hair and his sleeves rolled up. He doesn't look like a clown. That's fine. I'm not a fan of the trousers, but like the shirt and everything looks cool. Do more of that. Okay. Heyman was like really building up Seth, and Cody has interrupted. Nine Dot Holiday said Heyman is a peanut butter man. Him and his, do you know, I could believe that actually. Listen, travelling on the road, I could imagine it gets lonely. Yeah. Going from town to town to town. Hotels on your own. Listen. I get it. I get it. Here's Cody. What? Right, pyro going off. Cody making his way out. Yeet, says Cringewolf. Getting on away, getting on away. This is about to get interesting. Cena, Logan, Steph, all these guys being out there. Steph. Cody in a suit. Cena sold his soul to The Rock, but Seth sold his soul to Heyman. I wonder which one pays better, says the Phoenix. I gotta think, Rock. Did he sell his soul to Heyman? I don't know which way round it was. I think Heyman joined Seth. Heyman didn't appreciate Punk putting him in the position he put him in, and Roman berating him. And so I think he kind of ended up joining up with Seth. I don't know that Seth sort of sold to Heyman. It's an interesting conversation. Who approached who? We certainly don't see Heyman acknowledging Seth the same way he used to acknowledge Roman. Cody's come out on his own. Obviously, he's got a history with Seth. Final Boomer! Appreciate the support, my friends. Final Boomer said, just because this community is so dang sweet and nice, and Daze is Kitty Speckles. That's my drag name. Whenever I'm... just before anything could be said, here he is. Here he is. Day one-ish. Ah, he didn't give the skin to the kids. Ah. Oh, look at it. Oh, my God. She's loving it. He's picked up the... What's happening here? Seth's having a word with Cody. Do they know that they're on camera? Because Seth's speaking to Cody. That's interesting. So Seth went up to Cody and started saying, oh, right, and they've left the ring? Perhaps he did know he was on camera. This is quite difficult because Seth and his group are leaving. So Seth's had some words with Cody, but Braun just having a word. It's hard because we're trying to focus on what's happening in the ring with that group leaving, but we're also focusing on Jey and his stupid entrance. Jeez Louise. Right, just because the community is so dang sweet and nice, and Daisy's Kitty Speckles. Shh, that's a secret. Showing my love to y'all. My husband has a heart blockage. So thank you for being awesome, and thank you for all the prayers. Final Boomer, shout out to you. You are definitely in our thoughts. And I am wishing your husband a very, very speedy recovery. And I can see a lot of people responding as well to this message. So, yeah, a lot of people sharing their thoughts as well and sending their positive vibes. Nothing but positive energy being sent to you and your husband, my friend. So thank you for the support. And yeah, as you said, keep us updated when he's out and well on that road to recovery. Night Dark Holiday said, like Elon and his Epstein files, I do have the peanut butter files of all the people that have put their dongs in peanut butter, and it is lengthy. What, the dong or the file? Well, there we go. I wonder if Trump's in that one as well. Trump's in both. Yeah, that was wild, wasn't it? The whole... Has that carried on today? I haven't seen anything today. I know that they were going off at each other yesterday, and time to drop the bomb, he said, didn't he? Trump's name is in the Epstein files. And literally no one was surprised. Literally no one was like, oh, really? Jeez. I think everyone was like, yeah, we've sort of figured that. The thing, though, without getting political, is if you're... I mean, we know that Trump and Epstein had met each other. There's footage of it. So Trump being mentioned in there, it doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't mean he did anything. So he absolutely could be in there, but it doesn't mean anything. But it's just what it signifies, isn't it? Oh my God, it's so good. It's better than like YouTube drama, honestly. Trump fears a fight with Musk could undermine his signature bill. Trump asks aides if they think Musk's behavior could be related to drugs. It's like that, isn't it? Keep going. Why can't WWE write stuff this good? Hey? Right now, you've got a load of pro wrestling fans that are like, what's happening over there? What? Jeez, he said what? He said what? It's better than, certainly better than flipping WrestleMania this year, I can tell you that. Chris said they said all Money in the Bank, but I've not seen El Grande. Maybe he shows up tonight. That's true, actually. They did say all Money in the Bank, and there hasn't been any El Grande. It's a good point, that. It's a good point. Okay, here we go then. Cody Jey in the ring. Let's go. Yeah, boomers. Knowing Trump and Elon, this could be like a WWE story and all fake. Bakersfields. Trump's going to challenge him to a casket match, says Poppy Crocs. What you want to talk about? Money in the Bank. Talking about the Intuit Dome. Talk about main event Jey Uso. Talk about John. Jay's like, no. But still yeet. No yeet. And his tag partner, Logan. Boos for Logan, apart from one guy in the crowds. One person in the crowd with an I Love Logan sign, but... I don't know. I mean, Make-A-Wish is lovely, isn't it? They do good work. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Do you know, that reminds me, actually. There was a sign that was shown earlier, and it said, let's go Cena. And then the top bit flipped down, and it said, Cena sucks. It was really good, really clever. Let's go Cena, and the top bit came down like that, and then it went Cena sucks. So he had both. But I don't know how quickly he could get that back up again. Do you know what I mean? It's a good idea, but I sort of feel like you need... There must be a quicker way of doing it. Oh, why did Michael Hayes get a straight shot then? Why did Michael Hayes just get a shot? Seeing Cena standing next to Logan is like Michael Hayes next to the Hardy Boys. Talk about desperate. I bet Michael Hayes is backstage like, what? What? Why have I just been... What's this straight about? That must be a friendly rib line, honestly, because I'm not aware of there being any issues. It must be like, that must have been a line just to pop them in Gorilla. Here's John. James said, yeah, all these people are getting strays and not me. It's so refreshing. I've told you, James, I'm really trying. Michael Hayes catching strays. Daze, do you go into Cena's last night as a celebration or a confliction? It's got to be celebration, innit? Whatever to be honest, whatever they're doing on screen, whatever, you know, it's going to be the last time we're going to see him. Let's celebrate, whether they want us to or not. Whatever these goofs are booking. Let's do what we want. If I'm watching John Cena wrestle for the very last time, I'm going to reminisce. I'm going to celebrate. Whether he's having a go at the fans, calling them boomers, saying he hates us, or whether he's going to ruin wrestling, whatever. You do you, WWE. I'll worry about myself. Right, here's John. Big match, John. I love this shirt. I don't love the door on the back. Just needs to be a plain back. Keep it plain, keep it classy. It doesn't need anything on the back. Just nice on the front. I'd get rid of the last timers now as well, though. Change that to John Cena. It'd look a lot better. But special, though, because this is his final run, so it's a shirt to say, I was there. Last time John, well, it's not his last time in LA, is it? He's competing tomorrow. Yeah, so what does the shirt mean? Last time he was on Smackdown in Los Angeles. Because he's competing tomorrow, so it's not his last Los Angeles appearance. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. Do you know what? I'm going to be all right if we don't get Logan coming out. He points over. Thank you, Cena sign. Cena wears the hat to cover the bald spot, said Christopher. Is the door on the back a Bray reference? No, I don't believe so. I think it's about closing the door on his career, isn't it? Cena! Logan slides in and boom! And tries to knock out Cody. Oh, Cody gets nailed with that belt again. Cody nailed with the belt. Cena and Logan. No promo this time. Bang. AA to Jey. And Logan is going to put Cody away with the pulverizer. Cody is down. Oh my God, Logan can't even climb the flipping ropes right. Slipped on the top rope, didn't he? The goof. What a goof. Go on, try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. You goof. Right. Well, everyone's down. Jay's down. Cody's down. I'm down. Because Logan's here. Let's see what Cena's got to say. Take a good look. No one's coming to save you. Does that mean someone's saving us? So he's still talking about ruining wrestling. He's not letting this go, is he? Well, it's not if you're leaving. Oh, God, he's got that belt. No. No, my God. He shouldn't even be allowed to touch it. He shouldn't even be allowed near replicas. And the moment maker. Awful. If John helps Logan get that belt, there is no face turn that would ever be possible in my eyes. Again, he would be done. Bakersfields, humble yourself. Bakersfields. Loud boos. I'm trying to think. What would be the best thing? Logan sucks chants. I wonder if the best thing for Bakersfield to do at that point would be to chant AE-dub. If I was in that crowd, I'd be thinking hard now, what do I chant? So they know I'm not playing along with this. I'm not booing Logan because it's all fun. What do I chant? And if I was there, I'd be like, AE-dub, 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 AE-dub. Change the channel. Change the channel. AE-dub, AE. Come on, everyone. Let them know we don't want this at all. There's another promotion we can... Tony Khan! Tony Khan! Tony Khan! Tony! Come on, everyone, join in! This is the nightmare scenario! Honestly, even AEW, they would never do this. Well, there is another damn thing we can do. We can watch a different promotion, John Cena! That's what we can do! If you want to talk about ruining wrestling, this one is, he's wearing it. Logan's actually wearing it. Take that off, you clown. Take that off, you clown. Honestly, YouTubers are the worst. The absolute worst. If John wants to ruin wrestling, really wants to ruin wrestling, he would help Logan win this title. If he does that, I don't see how you walk back from it. Is there we want truth chants? Are those we want truth chants? Are they saying we want truth? This is why you're losers. Last time here in Bakersfield, we want truth chants. Take that belt off, you absolute clown. Good, he listened. That's right, that's right. When I say to do something, you do it. You do it, you clown. Cena has been growing this heel persona beautifully. He's hitting peak venom, said AB. Right. And that's all. What a horrible sight, says Kappa. What a horrible sight. Do you know, I mean, when he talks of ruining wrestling, it does not resonate because, as we keep saying, if he leaves with that belt, we'll just get another belt. We might even change the design a little bit. And we've done that before. We've changed the belts before. And people have had to vacate belts before. So, I mean, do you know what I mean? It's one of those where it's no drama. But they might have hit on something that really would ruin wrestling. They might have actually found something that really, but I don't think this is a good option to go after. I don't feel like this is the right way forwards. Nine Dark Holiday said, Logan is my future GOAT. Hashtag still humble. Guys, and this is why you shouldn't put your dong inside peanut butter because it really messes with your judgment. Scientifically proven that if you do that, it really just messes you up in a way that you wouldn't even imagine. Nine Dark Holiday, I hope you get all the support you need, my friends. I hope you get all the support you need. Gregor said clip it, Daze, because it's happening. Do you know it could happen? I actually think it will one day. I don't know that it's happening at the moment, but Logan is definitely someone he's already had a mid-card belt. I mean, we're going to start running out of road. How long can he stay around for, and how long can we keep a world title off him? Because this is a guy that, do you know what I mean? He's here to show that he's a real wrestler and that he's taking this serious and all this kind of stuff, and he's full-time and all that kind of stuff. And of course he wants to get somewhere. He wants a return on his investment. And, you know, we've tried kind of putting him in the mid-card scene and all this stuff, but eventually I just don't know how long you keep this wolf from the door. It's a real problem. Logan's not getting about anytime soon, though, but definitely will in the future, says Nico. It's a nightmare scenario, and it's one that I don't know how we will avoid. El Grande, he is going to win Money in the Bank. No one can cash in on him. The door on Cena, Rox walked through earlier. The door on Cena, Rox walked through earlier. I don't know what you mean by that, but Logan's going to win King of the Ring, said Tokens Worlds. What would you say was your favourite Money in the Bank fight of all time? I don't have one, honestly. I mean, I think the early ones that were really good, like the first time we were seeing it. And I think the ones at WrestleMania were so impressive. That's why they had such confidence in making it, like, breaking out on its own. But I don't particularly have one that kind of, like, is my all-time favourite, you know? You know it's going to happen. Logan will be champion. He's paid for it, says Goat Meat. Nico said, the way they're working, Jay, I'm hoping he doesn't lose that title yet, because he's got his hands in a lot of matches, says Nico. Who is the outside Money in the Bank winner? Outside Money in the Bank winner. Penta for the men, and for the women, maybe Roxanne. I mean, I think Naomi's favourite, and she's my pick. I think Seth's favourite, but he could absolutely be taken out of the match. I don't know. California is filled with a lot of freaky, weird people. Daze John's choosing Logan as his last opponent, and then Finger Poke of Doom said, relax your soul. Ugh. It really worries me, all the Logan stuff, because he's getting close, isn't he? It feels like he's getting close. He's certainly getting closer. I mean, he's just done a thing with Jey, and the thing is that there is a bit of a truth with wrestling in that even things people hate, if you just get past that moment of where they're going to hate it, you know, you can sort of get people used to it. For example, people didn't like the logo in the ring. You did it. They did it, right? People didn't like it. But now people are not used to it. But, you know, you're not hearing complaints about it. You're not hearing people moan about, oh, like there's a logo in the ring. WWE Tonight logo in the ring. Doesn't need to be there. Doesn't, you know, just clutter. Not needed. I don't even care that it's not a sponsor. It's not needed. But tomorrow it'll be a sponsor. But you're not going to hear anyone complain about that, because we've got past it now. Because, you know, the opportunity to really kick off about it was when it first dropped. And again, we weren't loud enough. And so they progressed, and here we are. Look at TNA. where they've brought Tessa back. Can you believe they've brought Tessa back? And the fans are making it known that they don't like it, but it's not a problem. You know, the big opportunity to really be down on it was when she first arrived. But the fans made their voice heard, but they, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't stop watching, and they are now just having Tessa around all the time. And Tessa's, you know, she's still getting chants and, you know, all that kind of stuff, but, you know, people aren't tuning in and they're now surprised to see Tessa there. And I think, sadly, the same is going to be true with Logan. People are going to say, no, I don't want Logan as champion. I'll stop watching, all this kind of stuff. But the truth is, they'll put the belt on him. People will complain about it. And then you'll be used to it. You'll get used to it. And it will settle into a groove. And he could go on to be a multiple-time champion. It's that first one that's going to be the big issue for them. It's the first time that's going to face the most resistance. And I don't want it to happen at all. I really don't want it to happen. I just really, really, really do not want it to happen at all. But I just don't see how you stop it. I think it's going to, but it won't be soon. I don't think it'll be soon. Nine Doc said, I feel Logan's been around long enough to not complain about him. He wrestles just like Cena, Orton, Jey, big notable moves with some filler moves. I couldn't disagree more, but I mean, for me, he is someone that has been handed opportunity. He did not come through NXT, he did not work the indies, he didn't work full-time, he's been working part-time, he's been gifted premium live event matches without earning them, he's been gifted opportunity without earning it. We've just handed him everything. We've handed it to him. Now, he's carried his end of the bargain by not putting on stinker matches. He's carried his end of the bargain by putting in work, training, trying to put on the best match he possibly can. And his matches in the early stages impressed. And what you had a lot of was people saying, amazing, brilliant, you know, like, you know, is for a celebrity, he's done excellent, right? But now he's kind of signed a new deal where he's going to work full-time. But full-time doesn't mean house shows. And full-time doesn't even mean showing up all the time. Full-time is just when it's time for like a big show and I'm in a feud, I'll be around. But there's plenty of like Raws and things that he's missed this year. If you look at like how much he's popped up this year, it's more, but it's not every show. He ain't doing a Seth Rollins. He ain't doing a Judgment Day. So in my mind, I'm looking at him and I'm like, here's a guy that's come in, been handed nothing but opportunity. Here's a guy that has got a really bad reputation for some very serious things. The heat that he gets it's bad heat. It's not good heat. It's not Dominic Mysterio heat. It's go away. I'm not interested in your crypto scam ass heat. So you look at that, mixed in with the fact he's had loads handed to him, mixed in with the fact he wouldn't even be in WWE if he didn't have the following he had. He wouldn't even have got through the door if he didn't have the following he had. This is not us rewarding someone for being a great wrestler. This is us rewarding someone because they've got a large following. And it's dirty. I really don't like it at all. And don't forget, in those matches that he's had, the responsibility on the other wrestler to make Logan look good has been huge. You know, the other wrestler has worked really hard to make Logan look good. He has not had to work all the matches. He's not had to work against different styles. The other person has been told, you know, Logan's going to get this spot in. That's, you know, they've done so much with him. They've taught him loads of little bits, and then they've made sure everything they've taught him is showcased. You have basically seen everything Logan is good at, and you have not seen what he's not good at, because the matches are structured that way. To compare what Logan does to another wrestler is just... Another wrestler has to go in night after night and compete against different people, not get that same level of support, not have their moves showcased the way that Logan's moves are showcased, not have the same level of preparation that Logan has. Logan wrestles at a PLE and they'll rehearse that match weeks in advance. Finn Balor will get in the ring and he'll have to call it on the fly. I mean, it's a different world. It's a completely different world. To say that Logan can hang with other wrestlers is just, it's a different world. Put him in there night after night. Actually, the match quality from Logan, I would say, has decreased because we're used to his boxer tricks now. And he's run out of tricks. And I think, like, the recent Logan matches have been a big step down from when we first saw him. That kind of first impression, wow, he's better than I expected, has wore off now. And now it's a case of watching his matches and judging them, like, you know, as they are. And they're not as good. His match with AJ at WrestleMania was not good. It was not good. I thought that stood a chance of being a banger, but for whatever reason, it did not deliver. And I don't even know why, because AJ's a great wrestler. Logan can carry his end. But do you want someone that can carry their end of the bargain to be a world champion? Is that what we should be doing? Someone that can carry their end. Not someone that's a great wrestler, but someone that can do what they need to do to get through the match. Is that what we're celebrating now? And are we celebrating that over someone like Finn Balor or Karrion Kross, or someone that's actually put the work in, someone that's put the miles in? This is the point Karrion's made, and it's absolutely valid. It's absolutely valid. Like, why are we bringing these people in to provide these viral moments when we can use wrestlers to provide viral moments? Nine Doc Holly said, if we go through Indies and NXT to get the following he has, you go through Indies and NXT to get the following he has. I hear the work. I'm not here to dig up a man's past. LP is all right with me. You go through Indies and NXT to be good at wrestling. You go through it to get experience. You don't just do it to build your following. But building your following is definitely something that you do with that as well. But to think that you can skip experience to become a world champion. I mean, imagine trying to step into any sport. Imagine skipping tennis, like all the training and all the stuff you have to do there, and skipping all the grassroots stuff. Imagine skipping all of that, just going to the professional level, hiring a team of like people to teach you how to be good at tennis. Imagine playing tennis matches where your opponents allow you to either win or they allow you to look good. And then people are like, wow, this person's better at tennis than what I was expecting them to be. And now here we are in a situation where we're actually we can choose whether to do it or not. And now we're actually going to make this person a world champion. It's about paying your dues, and it's about earning it, and it's about respect. And he hasn't earned it. I don't respect him. And there are others that are much more further along than he is. The idea that you only do Indies and NXT to build your following is wrong. It's experience. It's miles. It's putting in the grind. You know, at the end of the day, hard work should pay off. And if you dedicate your time to training in professional wrestling, the reward should be that you are a top star, that you are highlighted, that they invest in you. And actually what Logan's done is he's gone and built a following in YouTube, come in, and then been handed opportunities that others can't earn. And it's all because of his following. And actually, I mean, I don't even know if in wrestling you could get the following Logan has got. Even if you went through Indies and NXT, you're not going to get the numbers Logan's got. Because wrestling is a niche interest. So you're not going to get millions and millions and millions. I mean, what indie talent out there gets millions and millions and millions of followers? They don't, do they? So the problem you're going to have is because wrestling is niche, you're always going to have big names from the influencer world that can bypass. And if you let Logan do it, what's going to stop someone else from doing it? If Logan does it, can KSI do it? Can Mr. Beast do it? Where do you draw the line? When does this, like, why? If you allow this now, then you're really setting a bad precedent for the future. I would like wrestling to be protected rather than the door be flung open and any flipping boomer coming in and just doing it. Listen, what I will say is he is athletic and he does have some merit, right? But I think it's a very, very slippery slope, this. I think it's a very, very slippery slope. This is Not too far removed from David Arquette, is it? It's that neighborhood. Might not be the exact same thing, but it's that neighborhood. Nico said, Daze, it's been fun. Glad to be finally back in the chat. Nico, welcome back, buds. Welcome back. Hope you're around tomorrow. We're going to be watching World's End, and we're going to be watching Money in the Bank, baby. Nine Dark Holiday said, I'm just kidding. I'm just getting you revved up. Logan and his brother are on the peanut butter list. Well, it doesn't rev me up. I enjoy the conversation around it, honestly, because I think that there's obviously low gang members out there that there was one in the crowd, wasn't there, that says that we love Logan. So it doesn't rev me up. It just gives me the opportunity to provide the kind of counterpoint, because I do think there's a lot of people out there that look at Logan and, you know, would make him a world champion and don't see the harm that could be done in that. So I think to take a moment to actually sit and go, well, have you considered it from this perspective? Have you considered that, like, the wrestlers aren't fans of it? The wrestlers don't like it. The fact they're putting in all this work. I mean, listen, everyone's heard the Karrion Kross comments. Everyone's heard Karrion Kross's promos. Everyone's heard what he's had to say about this topic, and I don't believe that's coming from a character perspective. So I think the conversation is a very valid one, and unfortunately it's probably only going to get more valid as we get closer and closer towards this being a reality. And I think it is going to be a reality. I think we are heading that way. I think they are going to struggle to keep the wolf from the door. I don't think Triple H wants to do it. I really don't think Triple H wants to do it. I think Triple H is, you know, he knows where wrestling has been. He's someone that knows about putting the work in and looking after the boys, and he's been in the locker room, and he's one of the boys, you know. He was terrorizing, and he came through as Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and then he went into Triple H. Like, he's done that journey. I don't think he wants to allow someone, an outsider that has not paid their dues, I don't think he wants to allow someone like that to come in and take a shortcut. But equally, he's probably going to have a bit of pressure from Logan, and he's probably going to have some pressure from TKO. It's a very easy way of making some noise. But I don't know. I actually don't even know if it's a good thing in regards to the casual fans. Because what message does it send if Logan can go into WWE and become a world champion? In a lot of people's minds, WWE is Stone Cold, Undertaker, Triple H, Kane, Hogan, John Cena. Like, is it actually even a good message to say that Logan came in and was able to do it? It's good for Logan, because Logan can be like, look at this. In the space of a few years and a handful of matches, I came in and I was a world champion. But what message does that send to the casual fans? That when they think WWE, they think Undertaker, Triple H, Kane, Stone Cold, The Rock, and now all of a sudden, what Triple H, Logan's name is amongst those names. I don't even think that's a good message for the casuals. It makes it seem like this era is weak. That a YouTuber can come in with a handful of matches and win a world title. It's just bad, innit? It's bad. It's just bad. But I don't know how we keep the wolf from the door. Thomas said, I don't think Triple H has got any say. I think it's TKO. He might be that next one out the door. Phoenix said, I don't see the money in keeping Logan. Any of the fans that would have crossed over would have. Do you know, that's a really good point. It's a good point. You know, we don't see the ratings increase. We don't see any, like, boost if Logan's on the show or not. I've not seen any change. It's not like Logan's on and, oh, yeah, okay, that's why we've done 1.5 instead of 1.3. There's no difference. Doesn't impact the ratings. The only thing is that we can use his show to get wrestlers on, and we can get wrestlers like Liv and people onto his podcast, and his feed you know, it can keep the WWE brand relevant. So people that don't watch wrestling are hearing about it. They might not watch it, but brand awareness is definitely increased by having it on his socials. He provides that, but I don't know if it's worth it. Like trading it off and making him a world champ and all this sort of stuff. I don't think it's worth it, but it's an impressions. It's the world we live in. It's honestly, it's the world we live in. It's dark in it. It's moody. It's depressing. It's not the game that we signed up for or that we love. When I started watching it was British Bulldog and Warrior and Hogan and Brett. I mean, look at Brett. Coming through Calgary, coming through the dungeon, putting that work in. And compare Logan to that. Ugh. Ugh. Michelangelo, lad, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Taker 1990 said, Daze, let Cena have that belt and bring back the Winged Eagle. Let Logan have the $1 million belts. No, you can have a replica. Big Time said, Daze, Logan is nowhere near as popular or relevant as he was in 2021, 2022. I think his popularity has diminished. I do think the crypto stuff has really hurt him. I agree. I think it's really hurt. I think and you know, I mean, he's probably cooled, definitely, but it's one of those where WWE are still going to see the numbers that his posts get, and that's all they're going to care about. So, yeah, I mean, look, a conversation that I don't think anyone's going to have enjoyed. It's a conversation that we're probably going to need to have in the future again with Logan getting closer. It does feel like he's getting closer. You know, he had that match with Jey. John's talking of ruining wrestling. He's kind of saying to us, get used to this. Get used to seeing this. This is going to be your champion going forward. They've got Logan wearing the belt, and I don't know. He's dangerously close to it, isn't he? He's dangerously close. WrestleRant said, I agree with part of what you're saying, but you're leaving out the fact that he's athletic and he can go. You mentioned Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast can't go. Let's be real. Well, I don't think I did leave it out, actually. I mentioned it at the start, didn't I? I said that when he first came in, he was getting a lot of praise and that people were impressed and his matches kind of were turning heads. And I think now that we've kind of accepted that he is athletic and that he has got physical attributes, I think now that it doesn't impress you the same way that it did at the start. And so I don't agree with you. I don't think I did leave it out. I think I did mention it. And I think that we said that his recent outputs, now that we're used to seeing him, his recent outputs have not been as impressive because we sort of take it for granted that he can, you know, do what he can do in the ring. So now it's a case of, okay, so if you've got athleticism, which, I mean, is a bare requirement, I would think, if you're going to go on to be, like, you know, fight for titles and, you know, have regular matches. I mean, if you bring a celebrity in for a one-off match, it's going to be a mixed bag in it. You don't know what they're going to be bringing. I mean, Snooki didn't bring a great deal. But to be honest, if you're bringing a celebrity in for one match, you're doing it because you want to tap into their popularity. If a celebrity is going to hang around like a bad smell, then, yeah, they're going to need to have some athleticism. They're going to need to have something about them. Otherwise, it's going to be a disaster. So he was around, he's got athleticism, but I mean, what wrestler doesn't have athleticism? What wrestler that wrestles on a regular basis does not have athleticism? I think to kind of use that as praise is like pretty wild. I mean, that's a low bar, isn't it? I mean, look, Mr. Beast can come in, and if he dedicates himself to this, gets himself in shape, and, you know, works hard with his following, do you think WWE wouldn't give Mr. Beast opportunity? And this is the concern, isn't it? He might not be as athletic as Logan, but his following is bigger. He's got a bigger platform. And if they can structure the matches where they can showcase the things he does well, hide the things that he doesn't do very well, just like we do with Logan. I don't know. I don't know. This is a slippery slope. I don't think it's that crazy. I really don't. I don't think it's that crazy. I think if Mr. Beast dedicated himself, did a camp, trained with wrestlers, got himself in shape, put in the work, and had a match, tag match to start with, go down the path we've gone down, then move on to a singles match, dedicate and put the work in because of his platform, I don't know that WWE wouldn't give Mr. Beast opportunity. They'd give him moments, of course they would, because they would want people talking about it. And this is where we are. And there's no guarantee that we're ever going to walk back from this now. The concern is that it may get worse. So you make Logan a world champion, and then, of course, what about other YouTubers? It might not be Mr. Beast. I mean, I'm no good with YouTubers. What YouTubers are out there that are athletic, right? Maybe it's one of those. Maybe it's KSI. Maybe it's a sideman, you know? Maybe it's someone else that comes in. But I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this ability to come in at a higher level just because you've got followers. That does not sit right with me at all. In the slightest. Hate it. In fact, I would love to put a rule in whereby if you're going to do that in wrestling, you have to do it in UFC. If you're going to skip and go into top level pro wrestling, there's a rule that says you have to do the same with UFC. So Logan, absolutely fine. If you want to come in and fight at the very top of WWE without any background, that's fine. But you do have to do the same in UFC. We've got Francis Ngannou waiting for you, so good luck. Good luck with that. I mean, knowing Logan, he'd be down for it, actually. But do you see how stupid it is to be an influencer? What influencer's going to step in and go up against, like, high-level UFC fighters? They're just not, are they? But, yeah, in WWE, we allow it because it's sports entertainment. I just want respect for wrestling. That's all I want. I just want respect. I just want pro wrestling to be respected. This is the kind of reason why people look down on us as wrestling fans. This is why they think that we're stupid. Because, you know, things like this. So, rant over. I agree, Mr. Beast is the biggest thing on YouTube, but you're going to have to pay to listen to him on the microphone, said WrestleRants. Big Time said, I'm interested to know, how would we navigate this? Does Mariah immediately win a title at Bash, or do we hold off and let's see how JC does? I would hold off. I think don't allow JC to drown. Give her this opportunity. Give her this time. Kick the can down the road with Mariah. Mariah will be a champion, but you don't need to do it straight away. So have someone get in the way. Allow JC to explore being a champion. Have Mariah come in afterwards. Rob said first it'll be Logan, then Mr. Beast, and then you watch it'll be Miss Rachel. You're probably right. What happened to the game we love? What happened to the game we love? Oh, God. Oh, well. I can't say anything. That's all I can say is, oh, well. Oh, well. We'll be back tomorrow where we're going to be watching some Worlds Collide and we're going to be watching some Money in the Bank. So however you feel about Logan, whether you hate him, love him, if you're a Loganger or not, he'll be in action tomorrow, as will John and Cody and Jey and so many others. And we will be back. It's going to be a long day. Make sure you get some rest. JP said, how about Snoop Dogg for Intercontinental? Sure. Let's go. Jeremiah said, the WWE Women's Division is so talent-filled right now. They are. They're in a really great place. And we're going to see a hell of a showcase of that tomorrow in their Money in the Bank match. So, should be good. Right, I'm going to step away and start working on Unseen. So, yeah, appreciate the support. I'm going to get the feedback up and everything. Bit of a go home tonight, wasn't it? Bit of a go home, but to be expected. Let's see what they've got for us tomorrow. So, thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.